The Guaranteed Offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a Guaranteed Offer and start packing.
Hey, welcome into the Chris Hands Show, and I am your host today, Jennifer Sheets, filling in for Chris because he just got done filling in for Mr. Dan Mandis because he has welcomed in his first grandbaby. I believe his name is Jameson, right? Mason, wasn't that what they named him? Is so sweet.
I believe so. That sounds right.
Oh my goodness! I want to say huge congratulations to Dan Mandis and the family. I think this, yes, and I can't wait to hear it. Like the little applause there. You know, it's always good when a baby comes into the world, right?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And I enjoyed so much listening this morning to everybody, Chris filling in for Dan, because, I mean, there's so much to talk about right now. I mean, like, are you going to watch the vice presidential debate tonight, Mason?
I think I am. So here's the thing. I've been pumping up that I'm going to be at Hop Springs all month long, and I have been super excited to be able to go. Something happened.
What happened?
I have tendonitis in my foot where I can't walk because it's swelling up 3 sizes too big.
Well, that's not good. Well, you know,
it's not great.
If you get an Uber there and you drink enough beer at Hop Springs, maybe you won't feel it anymore, right?
I won't have to worry about it.
Wheel you out.
Yeah, I was like, if I can get a good wheelchair or maybe a solid cane, I think I can make it out. But I was like, it's been a rough couple of days for sure.
How did you do? I mean, like, what'd you do?
No, I think I stepped weird on it on like Saturday, and it was like Sunday was like I feel a little sore. Yesterday it was like a grapefruit around my ankle, essentially.
Not having it, huh?
Not fun. So I've been icing it all day yesterday and all day today, and it's been a little bit of a struggle for sure.
Well, I hope that we can get to see you. Maybe, like I said, we'll have to get an Uber. We'll have to wheel you there, get you there.
Depending on how I'm feeling this afternoon, we'll debate on.
Well, I heard
if we make it out there.
All the people coming, including welcoming Fox Nation in.
Yes,
Hop Springs.
So cool.
It's going to be fantastic. I love what Chris Hand said. He said you got to clean before they get here, right?
Yeah, straighten up.
Straighten up.
Trim your beards, wear your nice clothes.
Well, for those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Jennifer Sheets. I fill in every now and again. I've filled in for Matt Murphy a few times. I host a show on the weekend called Master the Workforce on Sundays. And Mason here is producing today. He's always Chris Hand's producer. And we just want to bring everybody into the conversation today because this is kind of a historical moment of this vice presidential debate tonight. And
it's a big one.
I've been having a blast kind of picking apart this and thinking about all the things that we want all you to weigh in on and talk about today. But, it's funny how they always say that life imitates art. Mason, I got to tell you, before we kick off this is just an indication of where we are at now, I think, as a country, because I went this last weekend to go visit my son. He's at Ohio State. He's freshman at Ohio State. So I hadn't seen him for like 5 weeks. So I went to go visit him, and Saturday night, he said, well, let's go see a movie. So I wanted to go see Beetlejuice because I'm an 80s baby and I'm old and I wanted to go see that. But
it's just a classic.
Just a classic,
It's a classic.
Yes. I wanted to laugh, wanted something lighthearted amongst all the terrible things going on. And of course, my son and my husband want to go see the IMAX, this Megalopolis movie.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this Francis
Did you see
Ford.
it? Or did you guys end up seeing it?
Yes.
It's a movie.
So let's just say this. It was at the IMAX. In about 15, 20 minutes in, half the people had got up and left.
I'm not surprised.
I mean, yes, it was definitely half the people that got up and left. And then I think by the time we were done, there was maybe a quarter of the people there. My husband got up and left. And my son is sitting there going, well, we paid for this to go. We need to stick it out.
Yeah.
Need to see this. So when I was in the bathroom, when I was leaving, there were a couple women that I was like washing my hands. A couple women came in and they were like, just like, this show is terrible. Did you see this movie? What, like, this doesn't make any sense. This is awful, all the things. And I'm like, did you just see Megalopolis? And they're like, yeah. And then this other woman heard us talking. She kind of peeked into the bathroom and she said, what movie are you guys talking about? So, did you see it?
I did go see it. I went and saw it. I think it was Friday night. Friday night, right after it came out.
And what was your thought on that movie?
It's a movie of all time.
It's like, okay, it's almost like if you had to listen to Kamala while taking mushrooms, while jumping from a plane, while, I don't know, like, I mean, I could just describe, I don't even understand.
Going into the movie, I knew it was supposed to be absurd. I knew it was supposed to be a wild movie because that was what was pitched initially.
Right.
The director paid for this entirely by his own budget.
Yeah, $100 million.
Out of his own pocket, which is wild. Doesn't happen often, but
nope.
He's the guy who directed the Godfather series, and it's like everybody was expecting this crazy movie.
Oh, crazy, all right.
And crazy is it's the perfect description for it.
Well, it has all these undertones in it, which is like why I say how life imitates reality. Here we got the vice presidential debate.
Yeah.
Kind of wanted to segue the story into this because
100%.
it was talking about, like class. It had incest in it. It had like, ancestral, like whatever you want to say.
Yeah.
It had like, from taking drugs to, godless to, I mean, just name it. It had in it.
It seemed to be almost touching on a lot of like Shakespearean like plays and whatnot.
Yes,
like Hamlet was talked about, Romeo and Juliet was talked about
very
a lot.
much so.
We went over. It's been a second since I've seen the movie.
Well, it's just this whole thing about life imitating art, and then we're living this. Can you imagine someone making a movie about this presidential election?
Oh, I don't want
like 10 years from now, how all this came about with Biden stepping down and Kamala coming in, and now I think the best debate we're going to see is tonight.
Oh, absolutely. I was like with Tim Walz or Coach Walz, as people refer to him as, and JD Vance. JD Vance has his work cut out for him just because he needs to come across as the not robot.
Right.
Like he's he's very policy driven.
He is.
And Tim Walz is the people that is like, he's the guy we can relate to kind of thing. And it's like, I don't want to relate to him. I don't want to relate to that.
So it has been bugging me for a while now. Now, all the listeners out there, I don't know if you've thought this, but like looking at JD Vance, he was reminding me of somebody in Hollywood. Like he reminds me, and there's quite a few people, if you look it up, like that he's like a doppelganger of. But if you go look up a picture of Zach Galifianakis, like from The Hangover with his beard, and then you like put it right next to JD Vance. JD Vance is kind of like the better looking version of that. But if you look at that, it's really funny. And then I started thinking, well, does Tim Walz remind me of anybody. And he's like a cross of like Steve Martin and Tim Conway. Like when you look at him and you meld them together, that's kind of like
Steve Martin. Don't do that to Steve Martin. He doesn't deserve that.
I was like, this is such an interesting debate, you know? So, okay, so preparing us for Hop Springs, everything tonight. We have a clip that's going to get everybody in the mood to discuss this because I want to hear from everyone today. So can you play that, Mason? Because this will get us all in the mood.
Kamala Harris allowed the drug cartels to wage war on this country. I think it's time to wage war on the drug cartels, and that's going to start with Donald Trump's leadership.
We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave.
There are a lot of truckers out there who make a lot more money and have a lot better job than four-year college degree holders.
J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
I picked JD, and I could have picked anyone, they would have been great. But JD had an incredible life.
I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values.
Wow. How do you feel about that now, Mason? That gets you in the mood?
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot back and forth.
Just hearing J.D. Vance and Walz go back and forth on what
right?
they're standing for on this is going to be very interesting.
So this is why I couldn't wait to talk to the audience today about, because I want to hear what you think. I want you to call in. I want you to text. I want to know what you think. Like, what kind of questions do you feel should be asked to both candidates? Because, you know, I was trying to put a little bit of a list together, and I thought we should do a couple segments later today, kind of like Waltz on Water, just kind of talk about Tim Walz's campaign. And then we can do one, you know, like Vance Your Chance, you know, like an interactive little segment just to kind of see what everyone knows about both of these candidates and how much do we really care? I mean, you know, Mason, I don't know if this is something that you guys have conversations with. I mean, are you talking about the presidential debates or the vice presidential debates? I mean, what do they really matter?
Oh, I was like, a lot of people are throwing the vice president one kind of like to the side a little bit. And I'm like, yeah. I still don't think anybody should overlook this because it's like, I understand how the presidential debate went and we're not doing any more of those because it was a very open and shut case.
Yeah, right.
But this one still is going to affect a lot of people because a lot of people still look to these people as representatives of the respective parties. And so if you just go and look at it as just a pushover kind of like it's a public event kind of thing,
right?
You're not getting the point of what's going on here, and you're going to miss a lot of good information that's going to be coming out of tonight.
Well, it's almost like you're at a point where if you tried to listen to the debate when you talk about, well, it will be the last one, of course, like you're saying, like with Trump and Harris, like how that kind of went down. I mean, where are people going to base their information from? Either you've already made up your mind. I mean, no matter what, you've made up your mind, and I do think there's a good amount of people that are maybe sitting on the fence a little bit. Maybe this would be what would make the decision for them. But there's actually, Mason, I sent you, there was a little clip about Biden. He was talking about powers of a vice president. And what's interesting to me is kind of what I know that the listeners say, listen to the show, this radio station, everything we talk about is if you want to invoke change and you're all about change, but you're already in office, why aren't you doing it? I mean, to me, like, I just cannot understand that. But Biden himself said something about vice presidential powers. And I don't know if you have that, Mason, but I want everyone to hear this.
And as vice president, there wasn't a single thing that I did that she couldn't do. Mm-hmm. And so I was able to delegate her responsibility on everything from foreign policy to domestic policy.
Like, I don't really have words at this point. I mean, why wouldn't you do what you need to do? And it's even more disturbing as you think about just simple things that we're considering in this election, like this tragedy that just happened with Helene, with the hurricane. And here's Biden sitting on a beach snoring, and you got Kamala, not really. They said didn't even have her earbuds in her ear, not even really handling the situation. You got Trump on the ground going to see what he can do and help. And to me, that is not a party line thing. To me, that is what you do. I mean, it's a presidential thing that you go support those that are in need. You go support those that are, having an issue and need help, need government assistance. Obviously, there's been no communication. I have my brother-in-law and his wife and their children and their grandkids all live in the area near like Lake Lure and Rutherford County, which is like the Rutherford County here, but it's called Rutherford County, Rutherfordton, all that area over there. And, they live in that section. They just got cell service yesterday and they won't have power until Friday. And, you think about in this day and age what that's like. And it's so strange because I'm not sure how many of you, when you're on social media, see lately, especially on Instagram and TikTok, all these advertisements for these like survival guides. And, we have all the, the ready-made meals and things like that. And you wonder like, the solar-powered batteries that you can charge your phone up and stuff. But some of, as far as communication goes, he asked Elon Musk to put Starlink up there so that they could communicate and try to get some service for people that need help. But at the same time, it's so crazy to me how quickly we turn into a stone age when something like this happens. And what does this say about where we're at in this country right now in the lack of communication and leadership from the top to the bottom? Really, that's kind of one of the things looking at tonight in the debate is if whoever becomes president, what are you going to do if they're, that they're either incapacitated? What are you going to do? Who's following and making the actual decisions? That's what we all talk about. There's jokes about that right now. So where are we at? How important is this vice presidential debate tonight? I had to laugh. Someone had text said that Tim Walz looks like Heat Miser. That's kind of funny because I could see that. But I want to hear from y'all. I want you to call. I want you to, text in. Let me know, are you going to watch the debate tonight? What type of questions? And it's funny because I think each candidate absolutely has to have their specific challenges of questions that they need to ask and be held accountable to. I know with J.D. Vance, one of the things that they want to talk about is, and probably will ask him, is about his position on Trump in January 6th. But at the same time, you're going to get the same question, with Tim Walz, because Tim has quite a track record with a few other things like his policing and his public safety and all that type of thing. And the controversy he's had in Minnesota regarding that. So I want to dig into that a little bit more. I got some fun things for everybody, but I think we're going to have to take a break a second. But you are listening to The Chris Ann Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
Up ahead here on Super Talk 99.7, a disturbing announcement from the White House regarding Iran and a construction project that may drive you crazy for the next few months. Those stories coming up at 9:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, welcome back to the show. I am your host, Jennifer Sheet, filling in for Chris Hand as Dan Mandis has become a grandpa today. And Chris was filling in for Dan this morning. And I didn't want to be remiss and not mention that Chris Christopherson passed away. What a legend that he is. And I think, Mason, what they always say, people are in threes. It was Chris Christopherson and I think Nakembe Mutombo, and there was someone else, I think just too many that go. And so I don't want to be remiss because I know we got Chris Christopherson fans that are listening today. But tonight, this debate, Vance versus Walz. Are we going to be watching? What do we care that they say or don't say? And this is what J.D. Vance had to say about his debate preparation for tonight. Did he say anything, Mason? That's pretty telling right there. He thinks he's just going to have someone stand there and, not say the right things, and that'll be just how he preps. I wonder, Mason, do you really think that Walz is nervous? I mean, how do they know that?
If he's nervous or not?
Yeah, because I know they talked about that this morning too. Like, is he nervous? I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see how many people actually tune into this debate tonight, what we take away from it. And there's so much going on in the world right now, especially just hearing in the news, some information on Iran. So we're going to get that news at the bottom of the hour. And I want to also talk about this whole thing in the next half an hour about the homeless happy hour. I don't know if you've heard of that, Mason. That's going on in California right now, where they are offering up a happy hour to homeless people. And that was just insane when I heard that. So I really wanted people to kind of weigh in on that whole situation and why anybody would think to do that. And that whole area has just lost its mind now. And it's just an indication of what can spread around if we're not careful who we vote for when we get into the booth in a couple weeks. And there's some really crazy statistics too about that, because there's still quite a few people that they say aren't registered to vote, but still at the same time, we're finding out that people are being given absentee ballots that already are registered to vote. So like they would get like 2 votes. And that's actually happened with me. Like I'm originally from Michigan and I haven't lived there in 27 years. And the last 2 elections at my mom's house, she's received an absentee ballot for me. And I'm registered to vote in Tennessee. So if I wanted to vote there and vote here, I could. So let's table that for a minute. Want to get back into what's going on tonight, what you all think about it. I want to hear your take on it. What questions would you be asking if you were the moderators? And we will be back after the break. You're listening to The Chris Hand Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey there, 9:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're looking at 70 degrees now, maybe some patchy showers later, and our high going to 82. The forecast is on the way. The White House says that Iran is preparing an imminent ballistic missile attack against Israel. A White House statement says, quote, "We are actively supporting defensive preparations to defend Israel against this attack." It also said a direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran. Some scary words there. The announcement comes on the same day that Israeli troops for the first time crossed into Lebanon.
The U.S. and Israeli officials are calling this a limited ground incursion. So we're talking about small operations right near the border against Hezbollah infrastructure, potentially against their positions right near Israel's northern border. Look, Israeli officials are buoyant. They believe in the last few days that massive aerial bombardment into Lebanon has really militarily degraded Hezbollah's capabilities.
It's ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge reporting from Tel Aviv. Again, the White House confirming that Iran is preparing an imminent ballistic missile attack against Israel. We'll keep you updated as we hear more. Well, it has happened again. A Russian fighter jet crossing the path of an American F-16 last week, coming within 50 feet of the nose of the American jet. The close encounter occurred in international airspace where the U.S. requires that any aircraft transiting through it must identify themselves or be intercepted by NORAD aircraft. NORAD says such interactions are not uncommon in that area. Want to get you prepared for a traffic disruption because of construction. The ramp from I-40 west to Interstate 65 southbound on the downtown loop is shutting down overnight beginning at 11 o'clock tonight until tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. That's because they'll be doing striping there. Now, detour signage will be in place. And then after the closure, that ramp will still be reduced to one lane all the way through November 15th. That's the latest news. Weather still to come. Joan Jones, WTN News.
And welcome back to the Chris Ann Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I am your host, filling in Jennifer Sheets, as Dan Mandis had his grandbaby today, had a little boy. And so Chris Ann filled in for Dan, and I'm filling in for Chris. And tonight's a big night. Vice presidential debate. Are you going to watch it? Do you care? Does it matter? So much going on. Everything with the storm that came through and the assistance or lack thereof that we are seeing out and about in the country right now from the leaders and what they should be stepping up and doing and finding out more information about how we can all help. So tonight at Hop Springs, there's going to be a watch party for the vice presidential debate, trying to get everybody to come out and support. Fox Nation's going to be there. I think even Dan might try to make an appearance, Mason. I think he's going to try to see everyone tonight.
I definitely think so, too. I think it's a quick appearance, but be ready to see him pop up.
Be ready to see him pop up. Pete Rose, thank you, everybody. I know Chris's listeners are amazing. I just was drawing a blank. I'm human, everybody, and I just couldn't think. I mean, I know that it's in threes, and I hate that it is, but I couldn't think of the other person. But thank you, everyone that reminded me it was Pete Rose, which I do have some things I wanted to talk about with that actually have to do with the issue at the election, and I wanted to get someone's take on it. So it's kind of weird that he did pass away because it kind of fits into what we were going to discuss a little bit, but we were discussing also this prep that J.D. Vance said, or non-existent prep that he has to go against Tim Walz tonight. But influencers on TikTok have been posting like crazy this idea of Tim Walz, how he's so down to earth and he's just kind of a genuine guy. But there is this really funny thing that happened when he sat down with somebody, and it's called Subway Takes. I think it was a viral TikTok. He was singing a Menards jingle during an interview, and it was on a video series called Subway Takes, and it's where he discussed gutter maintenance. And I kid you not, Mason, he was discussing gutter maintenance. And then it got a lot of attention because of the irony, because the Menards founder is a major Republican donor, yet Waltz, being a Democrat, enthusiastically was promoting the brand. And it's kind of a quirky, self-deprecating moment a little bit. And it is just kind of everybody's poking fun at his down-to-earth persona, which I don't know if that's so bad or not. It's more of the substance that's behind what someone says. But I play this clip because I don't know if anyone's heard this, but he actually gets to the point where he sings the Menard song.
So what's your take?
My take is the most neglected part of home ownership is the gutters. It's personal for me.
100% agree.
I've had problems with gutters before. You get your basement wet, you get ice dams.
The leaves get stuck in the gutter. I've seen many a man fall off the ladder.
Many a man, seriously.
Many a man fall off the ladder.
But there's a fix. You can put a gutter helmet over the top of it.
A gutter helmet?
It covers it. It lets the water go through, keeps it out of your house. I see this all the time.
How often do you like looking at gutters?
I look quite often, surprisingly.
What's better, a well-tended lawn or a well-tended gutter?
I'd go with the gutters.
100%. There's no doubt in your mind.
No, I think gutters are a big thing, that they really matters.
Where do you buy gutters?
The downspouts I bought at Menards.
Save big money at
Menards. That's exactly right.
That's not the same.
I know, you're right. I'm not getting it.
You gonna leave me hanging like that?
No, you're right. Okay, you ready?
On three.
Save big money at Menards. And keep your receipts, 11% rebates. You got to send them in. It's a little bit of a challenge, but you send it in, about 6 weeks later, you'll get your 11% back.
So what's your take?
My take.
Mason, I need to know what your take is on hearing that. Have you heard that before?
I have not, no. I think it's just it's an attempt to appeal to a larger audience online, and it's something else.
What's interesting is how nonchalant, and you're right, he's just trying to kind of appeal to everybody, talking about gutters and whatnot, but it's just kind of funny because the conversation goes on for a really long time, and then he gets him to sing this Menards song, and this is where it's almost like squirrel.
Yeah. So it's like I almost wonder, because the Harris campaign has tried reaching out to like streamers and social media stars to get them to appear on their social media as promotion. I want to know how much these guys got paid just to have Tim Walz sit on their page and sing about Menards.
It's interesting because I actually had this thought last night. I started looking up top influencers and what brands pay them and how much money that they make for that. Like, does it really make a difference?
Yeah.
And some of them are $169,000 per clip that they do.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the majority of the money that they make is through promotion and sponsorship.
And it makes me wonder too, like this clip goes viral, right? And so it just shows this whole other side of Tim Walz. And I'm certain you could make the argument that you could find crazy things like that for everybody in a moment of them just trying to be very human. I'm not saying that, but we're at a point right now where you have a question of who's really leading the country, regardless of Kamala running for president. You have, these assassination attempts on Trump. You have this vice presidential debate tonight. You have a storm that's brewed in. And matter of fact, someone had messaged on the text line, on the Super Talk text line, is the conspiracy theory true that they make the storms happen so that you can't vote in some of these states? I mean, it's just maddening. And, we're here talking about gutters. And again, like I get the idea behind wanting to be more casual about the conversation and appeal. But isn't this the problem that we have with Kamala? Because she keeps saying how she's been raised in a middle-class family. Okay, well, how many people are raised in a middle-class family? Does it matter necessarily when you're running for office where you're raised, but more about where your trajectory is and what you're going to do? And when you don't have, what's her phrase she always says, clear-cut plan. And when I get a clear-cut plan, I still go back to what I said in the first segment today. You're in office now. I played a clip that Biden played that said that she's vice president. She can do whatever she wants to do. He gave her the power to do whatever she wants. So, I mean, is he even at the point right now where he's just kind of wiping his hands and go, okay, if you want to make a change, make it, because nothing's happening. Why do we have to step that foot off in an election? I mean, obviously there's so much agenda going on there. It's not even funny. And, it's funny. Someone just said Tim Walz just won my vote for the Menards theme. That's what I'm saying. I mean, I get why he did it, but it's just, to me, there's so many serious things going on right now that I don't know. And I think that right now, the way that we tear apart one side of the aisle and judge the things that are said and use them and replay them over and over in clips, some of this in the mainstream media obviously doesn't get played when these things happen, from the other's perspective or the other side of the coin. But this is where I think social media has such a big effect because it goes around. And Mason, do you remember when Trump won that they thought that they didn't know that he was going to win? All the polls, everybody thought that there was no way he was going to win. And everybody knew on social media because of what was going on behind the scenes. Do you think that they've made that change? Do you think they're paying attention to that now?
I think they have to. If they don't, then it's gonna bite them in the back end at some point. It's such a big influence.
I agree. And, it's funny because right now what's happening with even what Chris talked about this morning with the podcast with Kamala, do you have that laugh that he had? He was saying the podcaster's laughing as like a sympathy laugh to Kamala.
Oh, I don't have the clip.
Oh, my gosh. If any of you missed the first few hours today with Chris Hand, you got to go back and listen because they were talking about how Kamala did this interview. And he keeps calling it Up in Smoke. That's what he says. But I think it's called something else. But anyway, she was on this and talking about really nothing. And so they were kind of giving her like a sympathy laugh. And it was just become like one of those things that he mentioned. He said, maybe we should sometime if Dan ever says something funny and nobody laughs to play this. I thought this is going to be great. This is going to go through for everybody. But it's sad that we're at this point right now. But I don't know. Tonight, to me, what I would be looking for listening tonight is the things that people are very critical of both candidates about. I want to hear them answer some tough questions about it. I want to know what they're going to say about that. I mean, what's Tim Walz's biggest accomplishment? Biggest accomplishment was they say that how he expanded healthcare access and managed the response to the COVID-19 pandemic as governor of Minnesota. That's going to be what they say about his key achievements was the expansion of the Minnesota Care Program. And it was a state-run healthcare initiative, and it provided like affordable healthcare coverage to low middle income residents. I think it's kind of like 10 care is in the state of Tennessee. However, he's also known for pushing forward like his progressive educational reforms, which he's probably going to get a lot of questions about that, and his economic policy and taxation, which I think would be very interesting for people to hear. I mean, his administration had increased taxes on high-income individuals in Minnesota to fund public services, which is where they were getting all their money from to make sure that happened. And I don't know. What we need to press him on is if you become vice president of the United States, are you going to use that model to work on a national scale trying to fund healthcare and education programs? And what's that going to do to business? I think those are tough questions. We have a caller that's popped in. It's Larry, and he's calling from Clarksville to talk about the debate. Hey, Larry, how are you today? Thanks for joining the show.
Hey, Jennifer. And I listen to your show every weekend.
Thanks, Larry. I appreciate that.
Well, and my ex is named Jennifer, so I'm not going to hold that against you.
Oh, thank you for that, too.
But what I want to see JD, and I think JD is going to mop the floor with Walt. I just think he will.
I agree. I agree.
But I want to see JD ask him about his stolen valor. I want JD to ask him bringing out the Minnesota National Guard to shoot paintballs at people on their porches during COVID. Did you know about that?
No, I did not. Share with us this. I did not know about this.
Yes, he had the Minnesota National Guard go out and during COVID, when he had all these restrictions laid down, and were shooting paintballs at people sitting on their front porch.
Good grief. Like this is exactly why I want people to call in, because share the things that you know. So we're all a little bit more educated. You can only find so much information. I mean, most of us that are listening to the show right now probably aren't in Minnesota and we're around for all the details and experience that. So I want to know from everybody. Larry, I appreciate so much the call and you jumping in on this debate today, because yes, he needs to answer for these things. So thank you for listening. I appreciate that so much. And I just want to say this to everybody too. Make sure you do your homework and make sure that when you get a chance to go to the polls or vote, be conscientious of the good, the bad, the different, and make that decision based on how you want to be in the next 4 years. But we'll be back to wrap up this first hour, and you are listening to The Chris Hand Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Up ahead here on Super Talk 99.7, a somber statement from a Unicoi County manufacturing plant about the hurricane deaths of its employees. What Iran is planning to do in the Middle East. Those stories coming up at 10 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm your host, Jennifer Sheets, filling in as Chris Hand filled in for Dan Mandis this morning as he welcomed in his new grandson. And so we want to congratulate the Mandis family on that. And I know we've got a few minutes before we have some news again at the top of the hour where Joan can fill us in more on everything that's going on. But there was somebody that sent me some great news that just came out. It said, somebody prays with me. We just got word that a friend of a family member took a builder crew to the North Carolina mountains. They came upon a house collapsed in a mudslide. They began digging and were able to rescue 6 people. It said, God is working and using hands of those willing to go. Somebody shout. And there's a picture that they sent me. So I want to say thank you for sending me that and letting us share some good news today. That is super, super important. I was asking everybody, like, what question would you ask if you were allowed to ask a question at the debate tonight? And I just love this one. Somebody had texted in and said, question to both the VP candidates. Your party wins. God forbid something happened to Kamala or Donald. When you're sworn in to be president, what is the first thing you do? Now, you know, Mason, like, that's like a real question, because I could see, unfortunately, and sickingly, I guess would be the word, see that happening. So what in the world would their answer be? Do you still think that Vance would have a better answer? What do you think?
I don't know at this point. It's too early to say for me. I'm not sure.
Do you know what's so weird is this is the feeling everybody has right now. We're
100%.
It's like in purgatory. I don't know. We all just don't know what's going on. So we're going to take a break for news. We'll see you at the top of the second hour. And you're listening to the Chris Hand Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
O'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 71 degrees with overcast skies right now, and we may see some showers later with our high at 82. The forecast still to come. Fresh warnings about a possible imminent attack on Israel from Iran. ABC's news foreign correspondent Marcus Moore is in Beirut this morning.
We are actively supporting defensive preparations to defend Israel against the attack, and that a direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran.
Now, the threat comes from Iran's supreme leader who said, quote, the blood of the martyrs shall not go unavenged. Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah was killed late last week in Beirut by Israeli airstrikes. Well, the rise of that unrest in the Middle East may be having a number on Wall Street today. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 242, the NASDAQ down 322, and the S&P 500 index is minus 63 points right now. A plastics manufacturer in Unicoi County is acknowledging the death of its employees who disappeared in the quickly rising floodwaters. The families of 4 missing Mexican women have been pleading for information. Channel 4's Dryden Quigley spoke to one woman about her sister's final phone call.
She says the water started to get in. The only thing she told me was she was standing on top of her van, and then she had to get on top of a trailer. That's the last thing she told me.
Impact Plastics issued a press release yesterday stating that the company expresses sympathy for its missing and deceased employees. The company says it told its workers to go home when the plant lost power and water started covering the parking lot. They were unaware that anyone may have stayed behind. A fistfight at a Nashville bar turned into a wild stabbing incident. Blake Stewart said that his band had just wrapped up their set at Cobra Bar in East Nashville when a man sucker punched a band member. And when he and others went to help, that man pulled out a knife.
Started slashing because he got myself and then he got my bass player, Jake.
Police arrested 43-year-old James Smith on a long list of charges. And East Tennessee native Morgan Wallen is pitching in. The country superstar just donated $500,000 to our Red Cross for its operations in East Tennessee. The last night singer graduated from Gibbs High School in Knox County, and his family still lives there. In an Instagram post, he said, "My family in East Tennessee are all safe, but I know many are absolutely devastated there and in multiple states. All my prayers are geared toward those tonight." That's the latest news. Weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
The Guaranteed Offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer and start packing.
And welcome back to the Chris Hands Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 10:06, and we are broadcasting live from downtown Nashville, Tennessee at the end of Music Row. And you are hearing my voice today because Chris filled in for Dan Mandis this morning while he welcomed in his first grandchild. And so we want to congratulate the Mandis family. We're so excited for him. And we hear that he is going to actually make an appearance tonight at the vice presidential debate, which there is a watch party happening at Hop Springs down in Murfreesboro tonight. So anybody want to go check it out? Fox Nation's going to be there. All of our wonderful talent here on Super Talk 99.7 that you're used to hearing every day, debating all the issues. And according to one person in the text thing says, doesn't say like all the time. Welcome to the debate tonight. And I appreciate you guys bearing with me today, because this is a really newsworthy day and a lot to talk about. And I want you to call in. I've been posing the question for an hour and I only had really one person answer it. Like, if you were going to ask the questions, what would you be saying? It's really easy for us to talk about. We noticed how slanted that the question is leaning towards one way or the other, whether it's obviously it's a more left leaning than it is right leaning. And, you know, how do you, I guess, look at it both directions and decide who you're going to vote for when it's so slanted? I mean, is this where we lean on social media? Is this where we lean on what we're all talking about today? Is this where we share information with one another of what we know is fact? And then how do you separate fact from fiction? And so I wanted to talk about this whole thing that just came out. I think it was yesterday, if I'm looking at it correctly. The documents that were filed in regards to the concern that they think that Tim Walz is a communist. Mason, have you heard anything about this? Because I know that they talked about it a little bit this morning.
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to chime in this morning. I was paying attention to the traffic this morning.
They'll keep you from doing that, right?
Yeah, it's a little busy.
Well, there's a show. It's called The Benny Show. It's called Ask Benny Johnson. And this gentleman had put the documents up that came out, and it's interesting because in 2024 it said like the rules seem to be entirely gone, and we're kind of thinking that the unexpected is the new normal, which is a little scary. And I've noticed too, we're like witnessing these daily shocks in the news cycle, from the assassination attempts to indictments, and even how Joe Biden dropped out of the race, which I know that Chris talked about that this morning, that Kamala had given two different versions of when Biden called her in an interview. They both say something completely different and what she was doing at the time. So I don't know why you would even try to say you were doing something different if you're cooking for your family, or what you were doing. I mean, it was just a simple question. And if you're not going to tell the truth about that, what else are you not telling the truth about? And amid all this chaos, the one thing that's remaining consistent is that Democrats appear to be kind of leaning toward selecting kind of like a Marxist type candidate for their ticket. And we have this starting revelation, I guess, that came out, I think it was yesterday. I'm pretty sure it came out yesterday, about Tim Walz. And he's on a highly controversial political ticket as it is. So he hasn't won a single voter primary. He hasn't even participated in the interviews. I mean, when you talk about Kamala, not Tim, but Kamala. And many had anticipated that Josh Shapiro from Pennsylvania would be the vice presidential pick. And instead, of course, it was Tim Walz. So Ask Benny Johnson, he was on a show, and he said that there were these concerns that were rising about Walz's ties to the Chinese Communist Party. So in this document, it's continually referring to CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, with China. Yes, China. It's fine. I need to say it like that. I don't say it like that. It's more interesting the way he says that. China.
Like what? Like
China. Yeah, it's the emphasis on the syllabus. Right?
On the syllable.
On the syllable, right? And it says that they have the oversight committee. It says a whistleblower was informing government oversight committees about verified connections, and that this gentleman Benny on the Ask Benny Johnson show, these are his words, not mine. He said that the report suggests that Walz may be aiding CCP influence within U.S. politics. Says that Harris, who chose Walz as her running mate, is now under scrutiny with questions about whether these ties are fueling her campaign through dark money, which those are big questions that come up, and suspicions echo past scandals involving the Biden family. And I think the letter was sent to Alejandro Mayorkas, head of Homeland Security, about all of this, and outlined, and they have, if you go to the Ask Benny show and you go on YouTube and you pick up this, he has actually the document that he puts up on there, and it outlines concerns about CCP infiltration at various levels of the U.S. government, including subnational leaders like governors. And it says the 118th Congress is investigating whether Walz's connection to the CCP are part of a broader strategic effort to weaken the United States through political warfare, which I know that a lot of us thought happened from the first time that Trump ran against Biden, I guess the second time, and he lost. But the committee's uncovered documents, including a Microsoft Teams chat that was among DHS employees that was discussing Walz's relationship with the CCP. And Benny goes on to say that these documents, both classified and unclassified, could reveal the extent of Walz's involvement in CCP efforts to influence U.S. elections. Chairman James Comer, who led the investigation into the Biden family ties with China, expressed concern about Walz's frequent travels to China over 30 times. I did hear this on the newsreel this morning. This has been brought up, that he has been to China over 30 times, including his decision to honeymoon there. Now, I'm not saying where you should and shouldn't honeymoon, but when you are in a political office and now you're running as a vice presidential candidate on the ticket, and you have been to China over 30 times, including your decision to honeymoon there, and you have this power as a governor, it does make you pause. what is really going on. And Comer and others in government are pushing for legislative reforms to combat the CCP political warfare tactics, which they believe obviously have targeted Walz and other prominent U.S. leaders. And clearly these developments are raising alarms about like the integrity of the upcoming election, the future of the country, all the things that go with that. And I want to know what you all think about this. Do you think it's funny? I mean, they called him a commie in it, and I thought this is a term I haven't heard in so long, and it hasn't been said since like probably the 80s, unless it's amongst people in our conspiracy theories that we have. And I want to hear from you. I want to know, what do you think about this? And today, of all days, this would be a question that I would be asking. I mean, wouldn't you want to ask this? This just came out. Like, wouldn't you want to ask this question to Tim Walz tonight? And I mean, do you really think this is going to happen? No, not even close. And so that's why we have to hold each other accountable. That's why we have to ask each other these questions, because we have to share information. I really encourage you guys to check out Benny Johnson's show. It's very, very interesting. And he has a lot of the topics and things on there that are relative to conspiracy theories. If you're that kind of person, if you're that theorist, I always say somewhere between a conspiracy theory and what is actually going on is probably the truth. But what are these questions we're going to be asking? Is it going to be immigration and border policy, which we're all talking about? Is it going to be how leadership is divided in America? And, this whole thing about the Chinese Communist Party, I'm just sorry. I cannot get over the fact that 30 times been to China and honeymooned there. I mean, you have to ask yourself a question. It is a communist country. My cousin I've told this story before on my show. My cousin had worked for a tool and die machining company, and he ended up over in China doing, I guess, like implementing, building, and putting in the assembly lines for their machines that they had, that they were putting in the factories over there in China. And he always said, I always knew that I was in a communist country, because even in this day and age, he said you had to declare where you were going. If you said that you were deviating from where the plan was, like if you were there visiting, because his sister came to visit him and she laid out her plan of where she was going, and she got this strange call because they decided to go sightsee somewhere else, and they told her it wasn't on the itinerary. So they're watching you. He also said people couldn't talk about politics. He said if someone was known for talking politics, it was not unusual for someone to pull up in a SUV and come and remove them from where they were. They don't know what happened to them. And on top of that, the woman they met that actually became his wife there, he wanted her to play billiards with him at the Marriott, and she wouldn't play because she said she had to wait till after all the men were off the table and then she could go play. So knowing all this about everything that's gone on with the election, with the conspiracies that are out there, why are you going to China so much? Why are you honeymooning there? What do we not know? That is a major question that needs to be asked. And I don't know. I guess it's up for you guys as a vote to make that decision of what you think is happening with that. And, this is the other thing about J.D. Vance. When we talk about him getting heated questions, they're going to ask him about this whole hillbilly elegy and the working class, this book that he wrote, and his memoir, and highlighting the struggles of the working class Americans, particularly those that are in Appalachia. And, now that he holds the seat in the Senate, like, how has he delivered on his promises to uplift communities, and what is his legislation that he's done? I mean, these questions need to be asked. I want to be a fly on the wall. If I can't get there, I want to be at Hop Springs tonight. If I can't get there, I want to be a fly on the wall to hear what all of our talent on this show, on this station, has to say about what's going to get asked tonight. And I think we need cameras. Mason, are we going to have some cameras there? We need some cameras there. I need to see their reactions.
I believe there's cameras supposed to be there. I know Fox Nation will definitely have cameras. That's for sure.
They will have cameras. Don't you want to see everybody, like from Matt Murphy and Chris Hand and Brian Wilson and Dan Mandis? Don't you want to see the looks on their faces when these questions are either not being asked or being asked?
Oh my goodness, yeah. I was like, I'd love to see Matt's reaction. I'd love to see Chris's reaction for sure. I was like, follow Chris Hand on air on Instagram and Twitter. He's probably going to be posted, like, he's going to be live tweeting the whole event.
That's what we need. That's what we need to do. We need to plug their socials tonight. You're right. He probably
100%,
will be.
yeah.
He probably will be doing that.
Yeah, I was like, Chris Hand on air is the big one for Instagram and Twitter, and then follow WTN on Instagram. We have stories that'll probably be updated for the majority of the night. If not, you'll see clips of it tomorrow because it's going to be interesting for sure.
So do you think that there's a possibility that in this day and age, with all the communication we have and all of the social media and nothing is private anymore, that there is any chance that there's some kind of communist tie there? Or do you think that this is one of those last minute stretches before an election to where everybody's grasping at straws no matter what side of the aisle they're on?
I think there's a possible, it feels kind of like a reach, to be honest. I don't know. I visited a couple different countries. A couple times I've been to Ecuador. A couple times, like it. If you really like a country, I could see people going back and forth to it. I understand that he's in politics and that it is a communist country. China is also a beautiful country if you go look at it. So I could see a reason why he would want to go over there. But with his connections that he's got over there as well, it's just, it's so up.
But
it's
to
so up in the air that
honeymoon, Mason. I mean, to honeymoon. I mean, I guess to each his own, but if I'm going to pick a honeymoon spot, that is not where I'm going.
Again, it different personalities,
Right.
different cultures. Is like if you
Right.
find a spot in a country that you love and it has good memories, especially for their marriage, because she's from there, right? It makes a little more sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. I guess I just want to get away, as they say, like in the Southwest commercial, want to get away. You know?
For sure, yeah. Yeah. It's not my choice to go there. But it was like everybody has their own kind of different pulls. And if you're using it for political gain on a lot of things, I would definitely be questioning a lot more. But I to be fair, Tim Walz is a known liar. So
this is what's going to be so great with him with JD tonight.
Anything
right?
can come up,
I mean, do you think that he'll do that thing like Trump did, where he's going to have to like have his microphone shut off, and then he's going to be very? What would you say? Trump was very forceful. He wanted to make sure that he had his chance to talk. They were turning his microphone off, and he wanted to answer.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if maybe the moderators won't be quite as biased, even though I think they will be very biased tonight because there was so much criticism for ABC News for what happened.
Oh yeah. I think there's always going to be genuine human bias just because it's in our nature.
Yeah.
But I think it's going to be a little more lax because Trump is such a dominating personality. And like JD has a lot of energy. Walz has a lot of like personal energy. So I think they can hold it together enough that they probably won't have to shut each other off too much.
You know, what's funny is this is probably going to be more interesting than anything we've seen so far, which is crazy because it just doesn't happen in a VP debate.
I know, right? Yeah, I was like when Biden was running for VP, it wasn't that interesting at all.
No, not at all.
Then again, when he ran for president as well, also not that interesting.
Well, Chris Weber made me laugh. He texted in and said if Tim Walz he was wondering if Tim Walz would be wearing the same pearl earrings as monitors that Kamala was wearing.
Well, I mean, you got to be able to feed the information in somehow.
Got to be prepared. I mean, that's the only way I can see Tim Walz actually being effective in this debate is being fed some information. I don't know. We shall see. But we're going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to keep tearing up what's going on tonight. I got a couple callers that we're going to let them speak and hear what the audience has to say and have you weigh in. So you're listening to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
There are new warnings about a possible imminent attack on Israel from Iran. Also, your electric bill may be headed higher. Those stories still to come at 10:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm filling in for Chris Hand. This is Jennifer Sheets. Chris filled in for Dan Mandis this morning as he welcomed in his new grandbaby. And so we're talking about the debate. That's the hot button issue right now. And I wanted to get to Adam. He's calling on line 1. I want to see what he has to say about it. Adam, welcome to the Chris Hand Show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yes. Lay it on us.
I just wanted to mention the extensive CCP connections we got going on, from senators that dated Chinese spies to the Hunter Biden scandal. And they own so much of our media that they can cover anything up. And if it was Republicans tied to Russian, then we hear it every day.
You're right. You're 1,000% right. And do you find this frustrating? I mean, so you buy into all this, right?
I mean, it's not really anything to buy into. It's been going on for so long.
Yeah,
that,
it's scary.
It's kind of hard to ignore.
It just like they're talking about the land buy-up, about how China's buying a lot of the land around all these very significant places in the country. And, you know, you're right. Why are we not talking about it? It's a great question. Would this be a question you would ask if you got to ask a question tonight, Adam?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I would love to see that. But I appreciate you calling. Thanks for listening today, Adam, and giving your take.
Thanks.
I want to say that this is call in, because this is how we learn things. This is how we talk to one another about what's going on, debating these issues, whether you believe it or not. I know that's very interesting that it's a vice presidential debate tonight, because I always wondered where the origin of the term Veep came from. And it said that there was a Alban Barkley, who served as vice president under Harry Truman, was credited for coining the term Veep. And he thought that Mr. Vice President was too formal, so he started nicknaming Veep. And I thought that was interesting. I've always wondered where that came from. And it's funny, all these weird statistics and facts that have come out about this. And I just don't remember a time where we really cared that much about a vice presidential debate as maybe we all are now, which is really saying a lot when you think about who's running for office in the state of the country that we're in right now. And I have had some really interesting, thanks you for everybody that's texting today, because you guys are sending me some amazing things. And especially too, this is a great one, the dock worker strike. 1,000%. We need to be talking about that. That is going to cripple things. I think they are already on strike. And now you're sitting here with all these areas of the country that have been hit by these storms, people that need help, supplies that needs to get to everybody. What is that going to do? I mean, what's going to happen to us getting the supplies we need, the goods that we need, the help to the people that absolutely need it if we've got everybody tied up on a strike? And I think the implications of this are huge. And it's like, what is the administration doing right now to tackle this? This would be a question definitely to be asking tonight. I feel like we're in this last, 36 days or 35 days before the election, and whoever is in charge of this country is sleeping. And then there's the people behind kind of pulling the strings, and it's just a race to that next day of who's going to take over that spot. And it's really, really scary. It just absolutely is. I feel like never more has the button that you push in a voter's booth been the most vital weapon you could have in a democracy, because this is massive. This is huge. So, and yeah, it would be. And according to someone texting, it's very interesting to know how many acres of farmland the Chinese have purchased in Minnesota. We need to look that up on the break. I am definitely going to look that up. But we got to take a break here at the bottom of the hour. We got a few more callers. We want to get you on the air, have you talk about what's going on tonight. And you are listening to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 10:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We're sitting at 72 degrees and we may see some showers this afternoon and our high going to 82. Stick around. The full forecast is still to come. There are new warnings about a possible imminent attack on Israel from Iran. ABC News foreign correspondent Marcus Moore is in Beirut.
A statement from a White House official from not long ago saying, quote, the United States has indications that Iran is preparing to imminently launch a ballistic missile attack against Israel. That White House official going on to say that we are actively supporting defensive preparations to defend Israel against the attack.
Now, Iran could launch that attack as soon as this afternoon, according to the White House statement. The U.S. official said Iran's attack could look similar to the one that it launched in April against Israel, which had more than 300 ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and drones. However, the U.S. official did not know what the exact scope or size would be. It is October 1st. That means electric bills are going higher for some residents. Customers of NES will see their bills go up about 4% starting with the next bill. NES says the extra money helps them provide power for Middle Tennessee as more families move here. And CVS is laying off nearly 3,000 employees nationwide, citing regulatory pressures, among other things. The layoffs make up 1% of the company's overall workforce, but the cuts reportedly won't come from the local stores that you might visit, but these are mostly corporate jobs. That's the latest news. Weather still to come. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionability, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. Find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I am your host, Jennifer Sheets, and we are talking about the vice presidential debate tonight. Will you be watching? Will you not be watching? Do you care? What questions would you ask? What is driving you crazy right now? And I've had Noble patiently waiting from Clarksville to give his opinion today. So, Noble, welcome into the Chris Hand Show today.
Thank you, Jennifer. I was wondering, since Wallace joined the National Guard 2 days after his 17th birthday, his dad took him down and signed up. Then once he graduated college, he went to China and taught English in China. They put him up in a nice apartment and everything, paid him double what the others. How did he make his weekend drills and things and get credit from National Guards?
That is a great question.
Because he supposedly taught for over a year. I can't find exactly when he left and came back.
And, you know, this is one of those things we're talking about. He was like an enlisted active Marine. And I don't know how that all works as far as when you talk about J.D. Vance was an enlisted active Marine. You talk about Tim Walz that has this whole, what is the word they call it? Mason, they call it something when you're kind of like, I guess imposter syndrome, trying to pretend something that you're not, trying to, stolen valor. Gosh, I could not think of that today. Needed my ginkgo biloba this morning. Stolen valor. That's how I feel about that. Noble, do you feel like that is what's going on? Do you feel like Tim Walz is misrepresenting his military experience?
He has misrepresented himself with it, trying to take and bringing in the gun controls and different things, moving it to political. But he can say what he wants to say or anything when he's drinking with his buddies or whatever. He can be the baddest guy around. But when he starts bringing in the political and using it as advantage, because he dropped his paperwork to get out when he was selected for sergeant major. And when he dropped his paperwork and got out and retired, he went above his battalion and moved on in and dropped his paperwork to keep him going. He already knew he was going to Iraq. His unit was deployed, so he left his unit, deserted them.
I appreciate you sharing that, Noble, because there may be people that know that, maybe people that don't know that, and this is why I say it's important for people to call in and talk about how they're feeling about things, because in 35 days, you're going to be going to the voting booth, and it's important to know exactly what's happening and why you're voting the way you are. So thanks for calling, Noble. I appreciate so much you listening to the show today.
Thank you very much.
And I want to get to Rick. Hey, Rick, thanks for listening to the Chris Hand Show. What do you think about the debate tonight?
Well, what I'd like to ask Mr. Walz is, you've adamantly expressed that you will not raise taxes on anybody under $400,000 a year. What is your plan if you get elected and you raise the corporate taxes that will not allow them to pass that down the line to where we ultimately wind up paying the tax?
That's a great question, Rick. Because that's what happens, isn't it? Don't you think that there's like a smoke and mirrors of trying to decide of what we classify as rich in this country? And it's the people that are paying the majority of the taxes, and their idea of rich is not at all what we are all living in. And so that's a great question, Rick. I wish you could ask that tonight. You're going to be watching, right? Are you going to be going to Hop Springs?
No, but I will be watching.
Oh, great. Well, I can't wait for you to call on the show tomorrow and talk to Chris once you get to hear what is said tonight and give your take on it. So thanks for listening today, Rick. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I have another call. We've got Lawrence. Lawrence is calling from the borough. And we want to talk about the debate. What would you be asking? What do you think about the debate tonight, Lawrence?
Well, I'm going to be listening and watching. But one thing that I would question the vice president on, since they're the deciding vote in Congress, what is going to be their position with regard to raising the national debt? Because again, each time we go into budget talks, we seem to be increasing what we're spending. And so how are they going to maintain or reduce what we're spending? Because we can't continue to spend money the way that we are. And it appears that every time they go into budget talks, they want to increase it.
And Lawrence, what do you feel is going to be the biggest challenge for whoever takes office? What do you think the first thing that should be done? Not what you think that they will do, but what do you think is the first thing that you would do if you were stepping in office? Because that is going to be a big challenge.
Well, I think we have to stay where we are because, again, we can't continue to spend. So I'm voting to stay where we are and look at a way of reducing what we're spending. Because, again, as you mentioned or someone mentioned earlier, it's just we want to ask the question, how much has the Chinese bought of America?
Yes.
And the reason they're able to do that is because of the debt that we have. We're trying to cover what we spent. So if we continue to spend the way we are, we're going to have to borrow money from someone in order to pay our bills. And thus we get into a deeper hole. So unfortunately for us as the citizenry of the country, we're not actually making the decision. We're sending people there on our behalf to make a decision, but they're not listening to us. They're not doing what we ask. They're doing what they believe to be best. And that's a problem that we have currently.
I'm wondering too, and Lawrence, I appreciate you giving us a call. Thank you for calling the show today. I'm wondering too, when it comes to everything that's happening right now, as far as the debt that we have and what we're paying to Ukraine, everything. I mean, like we all have a budget. Like this is what we all talk about. We all have a budget in our home, and the government, with the argument is like, why don't they follow a budget? And we just spend. My big question is, again, this is what actually angers probably many of us. We're sending all this money away, and yet now here we have this disaster here in the United States, and where is that money? And why can't people get that relief right away? I think it's been 3 or 4 days since we've even had a response from some of the top administration in regards to this, and we have private citizens going to help. I know, like from beyond Trump asking Elon Musk to send Starlink over, I also know that he brought food supplies money, but then I had heard on the news break from Joan that Morgan Wallen was sending things over there. I mean, I think it's amazing that we're doing that, but at the same time, what are we spending our money on? If our tax dollars are supposed to go into these funds that are supposed to help every single person when disaster strikes or there's an actual need for something, where is this money like going now? It's not going here, right? And that needs to be a question tonight. And I love the person that texted me earlier and said, you know, one of the biggest things that they would want to ask is, what would you do if something happened, if you become vice president and something happened to the president? You know, what are you going to do? I mean, that is I would think that would be like a jumping off question to be asking anybody that's a vice presidential candidate. I mean, you're second in line, you're second in succession. You should know what's going on. And I think this is why people are so mad by Kamala, because here she sits in the vice president position. I mean, does she know what's really going on? And she has the power right now to make changes and has it. I don't know how you can argue against that. I mean, and here's the thing. We don't run the government the way people run businesses. You know, I've had my own business for 24 years and 9 months. And let me tell you something. It has been up and down, sink or swim, you know, feast or famine, and you cannot even begin to imagine like every decision that you ever make is based in that. It's steeped in that, because you have to look out for the betterment of everybody, not just you, but when you build something like that, everybody. And then you have people, our leaders go in and we're voting these people into office, many of them with no experience of this, no budget experience, and they're really not the ones pulling the strings. And I've asked this question on my show because we were kind of pulling the curtain back on my show, Master of the Workforce, that's on the weekends, talking about these roles behind the scenes and what is more important, a presidential election where you have the presidential candidate, vice presidential ticket, senators, House of Representatives, or paying attention to the local elections. When we have these local elections in between and we're electing officials that decide if land gets rezoned and the Chinese come in and buy it, that's paying attention to what's going on. I mean, we need to be more involved in that. I think that's an absolutely critical misstep on many people's parts, is paying attention to local elections, because this leads up to this, and which brings me to my point of, with the callers calling in and talking about questions that they would ask and the budget and the money that's being spent. I mean, obviously, it's almost like we're voting for figureheads. They're not the ones really making the decisions. So what else? What do we know about everybody else that we're voting for in the election? I guess it's, our job to kind of pay attention to that. But I have a couple clips that I wanted to play, and I didn't know, Mason, had you seen those or listened to those before, the ones that I had given you to hear and talk about, kind of tear apart what I think is kind of crazy?
Those Twitter ones?
Yes.
I'm notorious for not having Twitter. So,
are you really? That surprises me.
I know. Yeah. A lot of people say that. It was like, Chris is trying to get me to get on the Twitter train, and I just...
Twitter's great for news.
I know it's great for news.
It happens in real time. Like, everything is like, they just put it out there.
100%. And I totally understand that. I get a lot of that here.
You get all the news. You don't need that, right?
Exactly. Just add another layer of more news pumping into my life. I like it. I understand. I like being updated. Monitor. But yeah, it's like, trust me, I get enough text from Mr. Hand himself that keeps me informed.
I don't even know. Like, I still call it Twitter. I'm still not going to get around the X thing.
I'm not either. It's Twitter. That's what I'll refer to it as. There's still tweets. It's retweeting. Yes. It's not reposting.
So, I mean, it seems like the only thing that changes is like that little bird.
Yeah.
That little terrible icon, although it made sense.
Yeah,
and
now you
have X,
I don't know. X feels... It's very on brand for Elon Musk, for sure.
It's very on brand for Elon Musk.
No, it's not what I want to call it.
Yeah, it makes it seem like you're going to get into something else, doesn't it? It's X. I don't want to say that, but okay. So as we wrap up this, as we're going to have a few minutes before we're going to have to take a break, Tim Walz had two quotes that I thought was really important to share, because I'm just wondering if JD is going to... Yeah, well, I know they're not going to toss him a softball question. They're only going to do that to Walz, right? But I wonder if he's going to bring this up, like the one how he refers to Kamala Harris. Do you have that one? Okay, I don't know if any of you've heard this, but I'm sure probably many of you have. But go ahead and play that one.
Because this started, and I love this story, as a young prosecutor. Kamala Harris talked about going in that courtroom for the first time.
So you know why I got heat for that, right? He kept saying prostituter instead of prosecutor. So she is the one that gave him heat about that. There was so much on the internet where she was not happy with him saying that, and to me it was I just misspoke, which is just really funny, because people, when you do the show, like even when I do my show and we have I misspeak, boy, they're going to call you on it in a second, or if you forget your train of thought, oh my gosh, it's just, which is fine. I mean, like, I'm okay with that, but so I just was kind of shocked at her reaction to that. Okay, but now Mason played the other one. That one's interesting too. These are fun.
We can't afford 4 more years of this.
Okay, let's just grasp that. Everyone says that Republicans are twisting this for their own good, and that what we complain about that people do to Trump, that we're doing this because he said that we can't have 4 more years of this. But I mean, if you listen to the whole thing, front and back of it, there really isn't anything else you can say to it. I mean, that's really what he said. So I'm just curious if JD's going to take him to task on either of these things tonight.
I was like, I'd love to say this. We don't need 4 more years of the Democratic Party. We don't need it anymore. It's destroyed our economy, and we need a change.
That was almost like a Biden-esque comment, So no wonder why, Kamala was probably like, oh no, what's going out on the campaign trails?
Now she's saying it too, though. That's the fun part.
Yeah, she is.
She's leaning into it.
She's leaning into it, yet she's still in charge right now, probably the highest one in charge at the moment. So anyway, but thank you for listening to the Chris Hand Show. Call in, let us know what you think about the debate tonight, where you're going to be, what questions you would ask, what you'd like to see happen, and what you're going to do come 35 days from now in the voting booth. So you're listening to the Chris Hand Show. I'm your host, Jennifer Sheets, and we'll see you back in just a second.
Israelis being told to prepare for an Iranian ballistic missile attack. Details at 11 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And we are talking about the debate, the vice presidential debate tonight. You can join so much of the talent here from WTN at Hot Springs and Murfreesboro for the watch party. And I want to hear from you today. I want to know what you think about it. Do you care? Do you not care? What questions would you ask? What are you curious about? And with that, I want to go to Stephen. He's been patiently waiting online from Paris, Tennessee. Hey, Stephen, welcome to the Chris Hand Show.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for taking my call, Jen. How are you today?
Great. I'm glad you called. I want to hear what you have to say about this. Are you interested at all? Are you thinking you might ask a question? Are you going to go to the watch party? All of the above?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to make it to the watch party, but I'm definitely excited about this. I think Tim Walz is going to dodge a bunch of questions. That's what a good politician does. He's been in the game for a lot longer than Vance. Vance is going to, come from the heart, come from the belly. He's going to answer things truthfully. He's been on the Trump team now, so I'm sure he's going to be pretty prepped and pretty good. But, the thing about Walz, man, that I would ask him, and, it's just weird when you see him, the way he comes out. He kind of looks like a little male cheerleader on a high school football team, the way he comes out, he's waving his hands are in there, he's spinning around. It's like, dude, why don't you just join the cheerleading squad or something? But the main thing for me is going to be, I would hammer him on this gender dysphoria, on these tampons in boys' bathrooms, and just kind of, I would try to deep dive into his thoughts on that and what his stance is on all that and the reasons why, because that's pretty weird.
Yeah, Stephen. And by the way, thank you for waiting patiently, and thank you for joining the show and giving your take today. I really, truly appreciate it. Yeah, I think that's going to be one. You're right. I think a lot of people, Stephen, are going to want to ask those questions. They're going to want to know, the tough things that people may be afraid to ask, that they won't ask, and it'll be interesting to see if he avoids it or not, or gets away with not even being asked the question. So hopefully JD wants to just throw it across the benches there, or the podiums there, the lectern, whatever you want to call it, and do it. So when we come back, we're going to wrap up the show today. Going to finish talking. Call. Let us know what you're thinking, everybody. We want to hear from you and want to see it tonight. And you're listening to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eleven o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Want to get you prepared for a traffic disruption because of construction. The ramp from I-40 west to I-65 southbound on the downtown loop is going to shut down overnight. That's going to start at 11 and run until tomorrow morning at 5 for striping. Detour signage will be in place. After the closure, the ramp will be reduced to one lane through November 15th. Got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in the Middle East, Tom Sufi Burridge says Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and the IDF spokesman vowing a severe response if Iran launches an attack with ballistic missiles.
He is warning all citizens in Israel to heed the warnings, move to shelters quickly if the sirens go off, and basically heed all emergency guidelines which are in place across this country right now.
Right now in this country, got a big port strike underway along the eastern Gulf Coast, and it could impact goods to services, raising prices ahead of the holiday season. Dock workers in Houston chanting, "Fight automation, save jobs." They also want wage increases. The International Longshoremen's Association and the United States Maritime Alliance still very far apart. People in East Tennessee and West North Carolina still far away from okay due to deadly flooding from Hurricane Helene. Tennessee has 6 confirmed fatalities, with at least 100 people still unaccounted for across several counties. Meanwhile, Faith Abube is in hard-hit Asheville, North Carolina.
The Air National Guard has been working with FEMA. They've brought in more than 100,000 pounds of food and water. They know they need more as quickly as possible. They also plan to open more distribution centers for people who are cut off. In the meantime, President Biden is expected expected to touch down in North Carolina tomorrow to survey the damage.
Here in Tennessee, affected counties have started establishing donation collection centers for which information can be found on TEMA's websites. That is TEMA. Before donating, they ask that you check with the county for a needs list. Additionally, a fund with the East Tennessee Foundation has been established for monetary donations. You can do that by going to easttennesseefoundation.org. Well, the FBI just put out new numbers on violent crime. Here's Derek Dennis.
The FBI releasing its second quarter crime report from 2024 showing a continued drop in violent crime from January through June. Murder down 22.7%, rape down 17.7%, robbery decreasing by 13.6%, aggravated assault down 8.1%, and property crimes also decreasing by 13.1%. The FBI says the data is preliminary and does not include some major cities like Chicago and Los Angeles, but those cities also showing significant declines according to their weekly crime reports.
That is the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
The Guaranteed Offer is the easiest way to sell your home. It's really simple. We bring you an all-cash offer. You close in as little as 21 days. No home inspections, no lockboxes, no open houses. Go to markspain.com to get a Guaranteed Offer and start packing.
And welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And I am your host, Jennifer Sheets, and I am filling in for Chris because he filled in today for Dan Mandis, who has become a grandpa today. And so we're all just kind of helping each other out so he can enjoy some time with his family. Broadcasting live from the Cumulus radio station, WTN Studios at the end of Music Row in downtown Nashville. And we are so happy that you've stuck around, joined us. I am so grateful that you put up with me today. I know that you're used to hearing Chris. You're his audience, and I appreciate you hanging with me so he could help and fill in for Dan today. But we are talking about this vice presidential debate tonight. Is it important to you all? What do you think about it? Thank you, everyone who's been calling in and texting. I've thoroughly enjoyed texting back and forth with all of you today. I loved having the calls. This is about you. This show is about you. This show is about what is going to be happening in the next 4 years. This is what's important to us, the decisions that we make, the values that we instill upon those around us. And I love talking about it. I'm very passionate about it. I host a show on the weekends on Sunday called Master the Workforce, and I talk about issues really that affect all of us and what we spend 70% of our lives doing and working. So even though I'm not your normal person that you listen to from 9 to noon, I'm happy to step in because I am passionate about this as well. I am just like you. I will be voting, and I have children and a business, and the things that are important to you are important to me as well. So, but we want to get ready for this debate tonight because tonight there's a watch party at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. We are having our full attention to this, especially because we have our best WTN talent that is going to be there tonight. We're going to have, Chris is going to be there, Matt's going to be there, Brian's going to be there, and Dan's going to make an appearance, even if it's just for a little bit. So come out and see them and see their in-person reactions, Mason, to what's going on.
And just a heads up, Brian's doing his entire show from there as well. So
see, this is fantastic.
Just to be ready for it.
Everybody be ready for it. I cannot wait. This is going to be amazing. I mean, we really need to make sure that we're recording this, and we can
100%.
We might get some great sound bites we can use later.
All of you record each one of them whenever they're not paying attention to get those live reactions.
That's
genuine.
right. That's right. Well, we have to replay what we started the show at 9:00 with this morning, because if this doesn't get you fired up about tonight and understand the differences of these two candidates, I don't know what will. So are we ready, Mason? All right, this will get you in the mood for the debate tonight. Okay, lay it on us.
Kamala Harris allowed the drug cartels to wage war on this country. I think it's time to wage war on the drug cartels, and that's going to start with Donald Trump's leadership.
We cut taxes for the middle class. We passed paid family and medical leave.
There are a lot of truckers out there who make a lot more money and have a lot better job than four-year college degree holders.
J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy.
I picked JD, and I could have picked anyone that would have been great, but JD had an incredible life.
I learned how to work across the aisle on issues like growing the rural economies and taking care of veterans. And I learned how to compromise without compromising my values.
Wow. Mason, all of us should walk into a room with that kind of music playing. Wouldn't that be kind of really cool music for them to play in while they come in?
Oh, that would be epic. Yeah.
It would be so amazing. I love that. I love it.
Might give our host a little bit of a big head as they hear it coming in.
Yeah, they'd be strutting.
A little too confident, but
that's when you have to break out like that little TikTok walk, and kind of make something go viral now, because just it almost reminds me of WWE wrestling.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
They stand there and they have the big anthem and they come out.
Surrounded by lights, just circling them and all that stuff. Yeah.
See, that's what we need in a vice presidential debate. We need a little WWE flair. I mean, it's supposed to be not real technically anyway, but, at the same time, that would be fantastic. I bet a lot of people would tune in. Do a pay-per-view vice presidential debate, WWE style.
Now, would it be the actual nominee, like presidential or vice presidential nominees, or would it be people dressed as them pretending and then they would wrestle?
Okay, now, first of all, if it would be the actual ones, we definitely probably have to have some stand-ins.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
It used to be, I saw that they had on Netflix, it was like this documentary on Jim McMahon, which was fascinating and crazy and everything. And they were talking about how they used to say, I will have someone fight on my behalf, right? Yeah. So that would probably be, but now J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, I know they would be interesting if they went at it, pile drive, suplex, chair, I don't know.
Chair is wild. Have them jump off the high rope,
right?
Off the top rope, down.
Jump off the top turnbuckle. Every time someone says something they don't like, they just go at each other, physically. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not promoting that. I am not McMahon. I'm not a WWE promoter. I'm just saying that what does it take for people to, watch the debate? And I think it's important because I have had people texting today about how they do feel it's very important. And, because I've been asking that question all day. Do you think that this is an important thing? And this was one of the reasons why I was excited about filling in today of all days, although it is a little nerve-wracking today because there's some crazy news going on. I keep watching the monitors of what's going on with this Iranian missile thing in Israel. That's just absolutely frightening to me that it would even get to a point like this. But and yes, by the way, someone just said it Vince McMahon, not Jim McMahon. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? Jim McMahon, wasn't he in the Chicago Bear? Was he like the quarterback for the Chicago Bears in like 1984?
I think you're right.
This is just going to follow debate. Fact checking.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Do you know what? If someone would fact check Kamala the way they fact check me,
yeah,
maybe we get to
this is why we love our super text line. They keep us in line.
I love it though.
For sure.
I love it. It's fantastic.
Absolutely appreciate it.
Yeah, I do. I actually do appreciate it so much because it tells me they're listening and they're chiming in, and they're the reason we do the shows. So, hey, I wanted to ask you a question, Mason, because a lot of people don't know, like, if you were to stand like Vance and Waltz next to each other, what actually they differ on. I mean, you think broad stroke, but like, do you think that there will be questions that are the exact same to both? Because, they tried to change that up with Trump and Kamala, where they weren't really asking the same question to both. Very few times they say, well, we'll give you a minute to respond. I mean, I like it when they ask them both the same question just to see what they're...
Yeah, it gives you a chance to answer the same policy questions. If you're trying to shift it up, then they don't get a response. And it's like, okay, cool, you just moved off a topic that was a softball for Kamala that would have been a perfect example for Trump to step in. Or same for Walz and J.D. Vance. Is like, if Walz is asked a super simple question and then they immediately switch topics so quickly, it doesn't give him a chance to debut all of his policies and what he stands on and what he needs to be talking about if they just immediately shut off his mic and move on to a different topic without giving him an opportunity.
What do you think would happen if they agreed on something? I wonder if that's ever happened in a debate. Think about that for a minute. Like, do they ever, maybe, I guess, if you're going to talk about, you better with the military. I love the military. My dad was a Vietnam vet. My heart to the military. Usually, if they talk about the military, you'll hear both candidates on either side of the aisle agree on something. But aside from that, have you ever really heard them say, I would do a bipartisan bill and I would reach my hand across to you.
I know it's happened. I can't think of it off the top of my head, but it's definitely not often. But thinking on it, the point of a debate is to convince somebody to agree with your side. And so to have one of them go, you know what, I'm wrong, and I think this would be cool for us to work together on, would smack a lot of people in the face who are like, I hate the other side specifically and whatnot. So it would be very interesting to see something like that happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
No, it'd be
knowing
like the
two people involved, but
like the upside down in Stranger Things, like an opposite world if that kind of happens.
It's a weird Freaky Friday situation where everything's switching around.
I love it because Steve said, he goes, professional wrestling is not fake. It's scripted and staged, but not fake. I do agree with that because, matter of fact, when I watched that documentary, they're talking about like 30 some injuries, I think, not injuries, but surgeries that the Undertaker had and everything. I agree with that. But I was just thinking it was just kind of funny because we have these very civil debates, as we should.
Yes.
But when you're talking about a vice presidential debate, like, would it be more interesting if this was what we did?
Yeah. So I will always take alternatives.
Right.
Because it's a more interesting outcome than what we know is going to be the SmackDown tonight.
That is for sure. And, Chris Webber says Kamala doesn't answer questions. Of course she doesn't answer questions. She deflects like 20 things over. And I think that Tim Walz is a little bit like that. He tries to make everything like she does. It's pandering.
Oh, 100%.
Like they're pandering to a population because this is what makes me mad. It's almost like they think they're too insignificant or not smart enough to make up their own decisions, so they have to pander to them as if that's the reason because you like me. That I equate to this, like if I have a doctor and he has a terrible bedside manner, but he's the most renowned, well-known surgeon in the world or can save me from a cancer diagnosis or something and make me better, I could care less how his bedside manner is. I want him to take care of me because he's the best. What do we want leading this country?
Yeah, it may be rough in the moment, but then like you're better off for it. Yeah, the big thing is they're trying to pander because they know their policies don't stack up properly, and so they're trying to seem like they relate to the everyman when they're wearing $60,000 earrings and
that was
showing
crazy,
up in wild. And so, like, if you trying to show that you're part of the middle class and showing off that you're definitely not is not the way to go across. And it just shows that you really don't care. It's just for your own political gain.
Like, I have more respect if you were just to stand there and say, hey, I was very fortunate when I was born. I had a lot of money. My parents raised me like this, but I was exposed to these things and I want to make changes. And this is what I want to do and why I want to do them. Like, I have so much more respect for someone doing that than pandering.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't rub it in my face almost that you're like, you know what? I was like you at one point. It's like, yes, maybe you were, but understand that we're not all where you are now. We haven't had the opportunities that you've stepped up to. And how are you going to help us have an easier life to be able to get to those points?
Mason,
it's just a weird.
It's what's crazy about that you make a perfect point when you say that, because I don't need you to be just like me. I really don't, because what do I know about stopping Iran from shooting a missile at Israel? I'm not privy to the information. I don't have the Pentagon right there on speed dial to know what's been going on and the intelligence and everything. I don't need you to have that mindset. I need you to have a mindset that's broader and more protective of our country. And I don't know. I think that's why people probably embrace Trump the way that they do, is because of the fact that he has more of a worldly view of how things are.
His business-oriented mind is so structured to where it can help divvy a little easier than what I think Kamala has been able to accomplish in the 4 years as vice president.
Yeah, because I think the things she talks about, quite a few things that she talks about, you could solve maybe at a local or state level. I mean, isn't that why we have councilmen and mayors?
Yeah, it's the whole reason we're supposed to have a good small government set up. But
right.
The fact that big government is trying to overstep on all those boundaries is not okay.
And it seems like, to me, I don't know about all of the listeners out there, but it's just getting, worse. I mean, it just gets worse and worse. And the more they keep trying to step in and do, and it's driving me crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's why we have to stop it, right?
It's a little nuts.
A lot nuts.
Yeah, it's driving me bonkers.
Well, yeah, it's funny because Mike H says, since Kamala is stealing Trump policies, yeah, that's true. Like, and here she can. Wouldn't be surprised if they agreed on something, is what Mike was saying. Mike H was saying, yeah. I mean, that's exactly. I think that's going to change as it gets closer to the election, especially if she looks at the polls and sees where she's at. She's going to try to kind of lean a little bit to try to grab that. But I know that our American people are way smarter than that, and they can see through this and use that power to vote. So we got to take a break. When we come back, Mason and I are going to talk about a couple things. We're going to talk about the difference between J.D. Vance and Tim Walz on just a couple of topics. And then we want to talk about homeless happy hour. So we appreciate you all listening to the Chris Hand Show, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Tracking the potential for a shower or two and the return of sunshine, something they are in great need of in East Tennessee, where we have an update on Hurricane Helene recovery. We're also tracking what could be an imminent Iranian ballistic missile attack on Israel coming up at 11:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I am your host, Jennifer Sheets, filling in for Chris while he filled in for Dan Mandis this morning while he became a grandpa. And I'm joined in studio with our amazing producer, Mason Fleming. And Mason and I have been kind of talking back and forth about this whole vice presidential debate tonight. And so, Mason, I did a little homework last night with this debate coming up. And I wanted to kind of compare a little bit between Walz and Vance to see really truly how different they are opposing on things. So climate change. Okay. So I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. So it says J.D. Vance is skeptical of large-scale government climate regulations, has criticized Green New Deal style policies for being harmful to jobs, and especially in traditional energy sectors like coal and oil. He believes in balancing environmental protection with economic growth. Do you think that Tim Walz is going to bring that up?
I think it depends on the line of questions given to him. Because if there's the opportunity to bring it up, I think it is a good topic for him to jump on to have a conversation about. But if it steers clear of that point of conversation, I wouldn't put it on himself to bring it up intentionally. Because he might put himself into a corner where it starts backing him into a weird section where somebody might twist his words a little bit. Because
climate change, don't you think that's going to be a question that comes up tonight?
I think so.
I mean, because they always ask that. I mean, look who's asking the questions. Yeah, it's always going to be them.
100%, yeah.
So Tim Walz, he supports aggressive government action to address climate change, advocates for renewable energy investments, and has pushed Minnesota to adopt more renewable energy resources, and believes in strong role for state and federal governments in tackling climate issues with a focus on reducing emissions and supporting green infrastructure projects. So this is my thing. It's great to support all of those types of initiatives, right? I mean, we have to take care of of our world that we live in, right? And we got to make sure it's here for as long as we can make sure that it's here. But how do you do that without it being an incredible cost to the taxpayers and the people? I mean, look at what's happening even with electric cars and did you see the flood footage of the electric cars and the garages catching on fire?
Oh no, I didn't. But that's.
Yeah, there's like closed circuit TV, and there's as the water came up, which is so strange. But I mean, if it was charging, I mean, there was something, and it was catching on fire, it was burning that down. And I mean, anytime you make a change, there's going to be issues and problems with stuff. I'm not saying don't make a change, but I mean, how do you explain that when already families are strapped right now? I mean, do you think that we're going to be not talking foreign policy tonight and more on social and economy?
Again, I don't know where they're going to take the line of questioning and with who's leading it, they could easily use the line of questioning as a way to attack without it making it seem like it. And that's where I don't know if it's smarter to play on the offensive or on the defensive on those certain topics. It just depends on how it comes up. I just don't know. I'm so in the air on it. I'm very. I know I'm giving a very vague and awkward answer.
No,
but
I don't think really you are, because this is how I think everybody feels right now. Do you remember when I said it was just weird today? Yeah. Like the whole thing, like it's like you want to know what's going. It's like watching something happen. You don't know that you should look.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what tonight's going to be. There's going to be so much to talk about for all of our talent here on WTN and the Knicks. You know, I mean, who's moderating tonight? I was trying to look that up.
I'm not sure. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, I want to know specifically because I have a tendency sometimes if I'm guessing, I can guess wrong when I got a lot of things I'm talking about. So I don't want to be wrong on this. I want to be sure I know who's narrating tonight because it does make a big difference. And now looking at what we're going to talk about, social issues, I think that there's going to be a lot of governor questions that may come back, like what their track record's been as governor. And I really do hope they ask this land question that everyone's been bringing up today on the Super Talk text line. And something interesting, because I know we're going to be at the bottom, I have to take a break. Somebody had asked me this question. I looked it up when we were on our last break, but it said that Minnesota farmers call foreign investments, billionaire buy-ups of land, a sticky situation, saying that Minnesota farmers at the annual Farm Fest say they've been paying attention to deals in North Dakota, including the purchase of ag land by a Bill Gates-backed trust and the pending development of a corn mill by Chinese investors. Very interesting. So, did you find out who's the narrator, Mason?
I did. The moderators for tonight, so we know it's being hosted by CBS.
Yes.
That's the main host for tonight. It'll be moderated tonight by CBS Evening News anchor and managing editor Norah O'Donnell, and the face of the nation moderator and chief foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan. So Margaret Brennan and Norah O'Donnell.
So they're ones that have their jobs still from CBS after the layoffs today.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had to just throw that one in there.
The few last standing members.
The few last standing members get to be the moderators of the vice presidential debate. Go figure, right?
I don't know if that's a win or a loss.
I don't know either. I know it's about an hour. We're going to take a break, but there's some great questions coming in on the Super Talk line. I'm going to look up some of these answers to help everybody out today so we can address these when we come back and wrap up the last half hour of the Chris Hand Show. So you are listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, tracking the potential for a shower or two and the return of sunshine. Full forecast coming up in 5 minutes. Got an update now on that Easter Sunday brunch murder in Nashville. Channel 4 says Anton Rucker has been indicted on a number of charges, including first-degree murder for the death that day of 33-year-old Alan Beecham at the Roasted restaurant there in Salem Town. Hurricane Helene update. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says crews have made quick work on I-40.
We're working together to open more major routes to push supplies forward while repairing roads, utilities, and communications. I-40 east from Asheville is now open, and I-40 west into Asheville will be opening this morning.
And here in Tennessee, 6 confirmed fatalities, still at least 100 unaccounted for. Governor Lee requesting an expedited major disaster declaration for the 9 counties impacted. Affected counties have started establishing donation collection centers. Information on these centers can be found on TEMA's website. That's TEMA. Before donating, they ask that you check with the county for a needs list. Additionally, a fund with the East Tennessee Foundation has been established for monetary donations. That's easttennesseefoundation.org. A senior White House official telling ABC News that Iran is poised to launch a ballistic missile attack on Israel, for which Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu says will result in severe consequences for Iran. Tom Sufi Burridge is in Tel Aviv. He says U.S. military personnel are in the region.
We know from U.S. officials that there are more troops in the region. There are a very small number of U.S. personnel brought into the region to potentially, I emphasize potentially, evacuate U.S. citizens from Lebanon if we reach that point in terms of the war there. But there are also thousands more military personnel into the region from the U.S. because of those additional squadrons of fighter jets, effectively maintaining them, keeping them in the air.
That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis, and I am so glad that California Closets has fixed my closet catastrophe. After exact measuring and planning, they came over and got to work. Yeah, once it was all plotted out on their 3D CAD system, the pieces are measured, cut, and precisely installed into my space. It was clean, fast, and professional, and above all, my new closets look and function great. Now, this was my dormer, and now this is my new dormer thanks to California Closets. Look at all of this added space for shirts and shoes, you name it, and it is cut so precisely, simply amazing. And my old closet that has now been reborn as the ultimate in style and functionality, making the best use of the space that I had. They can work on just about anything: bedrooms, garages, home offices, closets, pantries, and so much more. find them online, CaliforniaClosets.com, and see what they can do for you. You can schedule a free design consultation. Mention my name, CaliforniaClosets.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? This is Matt Murphy for Members Nutrition. I want to tell you about the Members Nutrition difference, and I want to encourage you to go over to the Members Nutrition website. Number one, they believe at Members Nutrition that they can sell vitamins and supplements at a lower cost point, and they're doing it every single day at membersnutrition.com. Number two, they want to make these products right here in the United States of America, not from some overseas company, and they do that every single day. I encourage you to go to membersnutrition.com. You'll get 50% off your purchase price at checkout. You don't have to put in any codes. Just go to membersnutrition.com. Once again, membersnutrition.com.
And welcome back to the Chris Hand Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I'm your host, Jennifer Sheets, filling in for Chris because he filled in for Dan Mandis this morning, who is now a grandpa. So joined live in studio here with amazing producer Mason Fleming. And we've been talking about the vice presidential debate tonight. If you are thinking about watching, there is a watch party at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro where you will find Chris Hand, Matt Murphy, Brian Wilson, and a special appearance by Dan Mandis. So you come along, see their real live in-person reactions, Mason, to what is going to be going on tonight.
Absolutely.
And have some drinks, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Perfect place to do it. Perfect place to... I wouldn't take shots for every time Wallace says something stupid, but it might be fun.
You know, I wrote that down to ask if you thought there'd become a drinking game from this. I'm sure.
Maybe subtle. It may not be encouraged,
right,
but
maybe not
it may
encouraged.
happen.
Subtle, yes,
I also
definitely.
do want to remind people that Brian's show is happening at 3 o'clock. So
yes.
you guys he's doing the entire show there. The last hour, all the hosts should be on if Dan makes an appearance.
Fantastic.
And then should be streaming everything on the radio for the entirety of the debate.
I love it. Need to tune into Brian right at 3 o'clock.
Yes,
Listen to Matt teeing it up today too, and then join us in person if you can be there. We want to see you there. One of our Super Talk texters, don't say that fast all the time, asked us a question about what the rules were for the CBS News vice presidential debate. So Mason, we got to talk about these because they literally list these. You ready?
Lay it down.
Okay, lay it down. Okay, there'll be 90 minutes of debate time with 2 breaks of 4 minutes each. there will be no audience. As we mentioned earlier, the two moderators are Nora O'Donnell and Margaret Brennan, and they will be seated. Just so you know, they won't be standing, Mason. We have to tell they're seated. And they will be the only ones asking questions of the candidates. So clearly, candidates don't ask questions of each other. The candidates will stand behind podiums for the duration of the debate. Hey, didn't they say that Kamala's podium was positioned different than Trump's in the presidential debate?
I saw something about that.
Yeah. It's interesting they have to talk about the podium.
Yeah, putting a little platform under her maybe so she seems taller. I don't know.
Angle it a little bit different. Yeah, it looks like she's like the same stage as him for real. It says candidates will stand behind podiums for the duration of the debate, and then Governor Walz will be on stage left, screen right, and Senator Vance on stage right, screen left. So they've really thought this through. Candidates will have 2 minutes for closing statements. A virtual coin toss was held on September 26th. Senator Vance won and elected to go second with his closing statement. Nice choice. Candidates will be introduced by the moderators in order of incumbent party. Oh, you get this, Mason. No props or pre-written notes will be allowed on stage. So do you think we'll have those little earrings?
I don't know. I was kind of hoping that, Walz would walk out with like a clown nose on or something. But now that there's no props, I can't expect any balloon animals.
No balloon animals, nothing of the sort. No props.
Maybe a coach whistle just to throw it back.
Hey, and those pre-written notes. See, you can't even write a little note down. So We'll see. It says no topics or questions will be shared in advance with campaigns or candidates. Now, how much do we really believe this, Mason? Considering what just happened in the presidential, I don't know, debate. Not sure. It says campaign staff may not interact with candidates during breaks. Oh, no coaching. No coaching from the sidelines.
Honestly, probably a good call.
Yes. You don't want to be telling like this is trending or they're going to ask you this, say this, because then you're trying to stay focused. Yeah, it's probably a good thing. Candidates will be given a pen, a pad of paper, and a bottle of water.
That's good.
Yes, isn't that sweet? I wonder if there's going to be some vodka in one of those bottles.
We're not talking about Kamala. She's the one who's slurring her words.
Definitely. It says event space will be available for staff and candidate walkthroughs to be scheduled in advance. Vance in advance. It's going to go through a scheduled walkthrough. Lights will indicate time left. What do they mean lights will indicate? Oh, they must have like a little thing it's like a little counter thing.
It's probably a little light on the top of their desk to let them know.
It says there will be a numeric countdown, green until 15 seconds, solid yellow until 5 seconds, flashing red at 5 seconds, solid red at 0, and that CBS News reserves the right to turn off candidate microphones. Oh, that's a good one.
It is good. I think it's good because I feel like Walz will be looking for his vocal moment where he'll be saying something and then Vance might try to say something in return and they'll have to cut off his mic and he might be trying to go for that punch or similar for Vance. I could see him going for it. Saying something that'll smack him down and they having to cut the mics because he's talking out of turn or something.
Because you always want to have the last word in a debate.
Oh, 100%.
So even if they say, well, you respond to this, you absolutely want to have the last word. So of course, if they say something really like, you want to just shout
everybody
it
wants
out
to have the last say in I guess an argument.
That's right. It said that the moderators will seek to enforce timing agreements. I don't think it worked very well for them the first time because they was it Muir and then they were really kind of they lost control of that. Let's just put it that way. And then for each question, this is the last thing. It says for each question the candidate asked this is crazy. For each question, the candidate asked the question will get 2 minutes to answer, and the other candidate will get 2 minutes to respond. So they're doing equal question and response.
Good.
Then each candidate gets 1 minute for further rebuttals. At the discretion of the moderators, candidates may get an additional minute each to continue a discussion. So those are the rules for my Super Talk Text Groove amazing group today. I had a lot of people asking that, so we all got to discover them together.
Yeah, I think it's good to know on going into it. That way you're not like, wait, why did they do that? Why did they do that? It's good to lay that foundation down going in, so that way whenever you're 3 drinks tonight in at Hop Springs. It'll be a little easier to keep track.
Right. Hey, I just want everyone to know I'm watching the news right now, and it's saying that Iran launched the missile attack on Israel, and everyone's asking for us to confirm that at the moment.
It is confirmed.
It is confirmed. Okay. Yeah. And I was just looking at that, so I'm just. Does anybody know if there's been any kind of response from our president right now?
Not yet. From what we understand, this attack is just now underway. And the response that we know from Biden the past couple of days is he wants an immediate ceasefire. But Israel has said no.
Right.
They have been conducting some small incursions into Lebanon, targeting Hezbollah targets. And then the latest now is that the Israeli Defense Forces confirms that Iran has fired missiles into Israel, for which Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says there will be a, quote, severe consequence.
I believe that there will be. And I don't know if all of you that are listening on the radio, if you're not near a TV to see, there is video right now of the missiles being shot. And this is... Yeah, this is a big deal. I'm just shocked that we haven't heard more. Like Ken was saying, this is one of those times when your leaders need to be stepping up and really having more than one thing to say. And I'm just wondering, this is going to have to come up tonight in the debate as well. And would they ever preempt the debate with this kind of news? I don't know. I mean,
we'll find out.
Yeah, we will find out. So, yes, for all of our listeners out there, this is what's going on right now. So tune in, keep an eye on what's happening out there. And obviously, when it's close to home and we look about what happens to us every day, on a daily basis in our world, this type of thing is happening in a bigger world. And I think that's why foreign policy is such a huge hot button in any election, and to make sure you have the right leaders in place to protect us on a grand scale. So, well, Mason, someone said someone is going to wake Joe. Yeah, Joe was still sleeping on the beach this weekend. So, yeah, someone better tell Joe something's going on.
What?
They said someone is going to have to wake Joe.
And Joan Shingang, I'm going to pronounce it right, Shanga Kawawa.
And that's a word from our president.
That's a word from our president. Yeah, exactly. What leaders? I agree. So
bingo.
Sorry, I love the sound bites.
I love that. The sound bites are great. Well, I want to thank you, Mason, so much for hanging with me today. I know you're always here with Chris, but it was amazing honor to fill in, especially knowing it was so Dan could celebrate the birth of his first grandbaby. And I know it's a big night tonight. There's obviously a lot going on in the world right now, and I want everyone to stay safe. Be kind to one another. Put love for one another first, God first, and make sure that you're taking in consideration what is going on outside of our small world and the larger world when you go into that voting booth in about 35 days from now. Remember, that is the most powerful weapon you have, is going and vote, and make sure you have all the facts and go with your gut of what you think is going to be best for your future and your family. And you can catch me on Sundays. I'm Jennifer Sheets, host a show called Master the Workforce that airs from 11 to noon here on Super Talk 99.7. But come out tonight, Hop Springs, right, Mason? Hop Springs?
Yeah, Hop Springs. I would say the main event is starting around 6 o'clock.
Yes.
Brian will be there at 3 doing the entire show. 6 o'clock is when everybody's coming on board.
6 o'clock is when everyone's going to be there. Brian's going to be broadcasting live at 3, and Matt's going to be here in just a little bit. So
yeah, Matt should be on here soon. I do want to say, remember, Fox Nation is there tonight.
Yes,
Wear
Fox
your
Nation.
best, Sunday best. Trim up your beards. Look presentable. No Confederate flag hats or shirts. None of that nonsense. And I do want to throw in, Chris reminded me, Glock Store is sponsoring some gifts giveaways tonight. So make sure you're there. Hit on that raffle. It's going to be a good time.
That's
for
a
sure.
big raffle. Great time. Hey, and you know what? Go enjoy yourself. Uber there and back. Lyft there and back. Have a wonderful time. And again, I want to thank Chris and Mason Fleming, and congratulate Dan Mandis. Appreciate everything from everyone today. Thanks for being kind to me as I filled in. It was a great cause to fill in. Praying for everybody on the other side of the state from the devastation of Helene. Make sure everybody reaches out to those that you love and keep one another safe. And we look forward to talking to you soon. Have a great night and see you tonight at Hop Springs. And welcome back to the Chris Hands Show here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, I am so excited because Matt Murphy just walked in here. Matt.
Hello, Jennifer. How's it going?
It is going.
A little bit of a crazy day.
Crazy, yes. I was sitting where you're sitting to get ready to do your show and saw the missiles go, and I thought, this is nuts. And Ken shared a little information. So this is a crazy day with the vice presidential election debate and this going on and Helene cleanup and all that kind of thing. Where are you sitting today?
It's a little bit of a silly season right now. We do continue to have cleanup from Hurricane Helene, and we do need to remember all of those folks in our thoughts and prayers because obviously they're still going through it. And, the Middle East is probably the last thing on the minds of people in Asheville, North Carolina, or in Boone, North Carolina, or what's left of Chimney Rock or northern Georgia. But it's certainly on our minds because this has been a slow walk to escalation over the last year since October 7th of 2023 when Hamas, the political and terrorist wing of the Gaza Strip, and the Palestinians attacked Israel. And since that time, it's been a slow slide to escalation. And we've seen a major escalation, obviously, today with Iran launching missile attacks on Israel. This clearly in retaliation for their attacks against the terrorist group Hezbollah that has been long funded by Iran itself, Iran being emboldened, sadly, by the actions of the current administration. So, there's just a lot to unpack regarding the Middle East.
That is what is insane to me because I like seeing this going on there, then pretty much no response. Like someone said on the Super Talk text line, they said, somebody wake Joe. He was sleeping this weekend on the beach when the hurricane came through and everyone was suffering and he just kind of laying around.
Well, and right. And this is an example of what happens when you have an individual that has gone beyond their mental capabilities to be president. They're being propped up by exterior forces, and then those exterior forces decide that they are too aged and infirm to run for re-election. So those exterior forces turn their attention to the re-election opportunities with his vice president, Kamala Harris, and they leave him in the White House with no support staff and no support group. Now, I understand it's the White House and there is support, but in terms of structural, tactical maneuvering and getting the messaging out and doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes diplomacy that needs to happen to prevent World War III from breaking out in the Middle East right now.
Right.
And that's what frightens me. I'm not here to scare the hell out of people, but the United States of America has long been, we don't have to have boots on the ground and we don't have to fight with machine guns and with tanks and whatnot to be a stabilizing force in that region. And we've long been a stabilizing force through our diplomatic actions. And we have lacked a diplomatic action because the Democrats don't know who they're supporting. They don't know who they can't figure out who to support in this effort. And it's clear who the good guys are and the bad guys are to me. But
I bet you hear from Trump about this before you hear anything from Biden.
Well, I would hope that the president would speak out forcefully against Iran launching a missile attack on another country. This is not a terrorist organization. Thus far, any action that Israel has taken outside of the Gaza Strip area has been specific to terrorism and terrorists in those regions. And sometimes those are places like Lebanon. They attacked and killed the Hezbollah leader whose name I cannot pronounce. I call him Great Googly Moogly. I don't know. But they specifically target these terrorists where they live and where they are, but they do not target civilian populations, and they are not targeting specifically another country. Here, you have the escalation that a nation
100%
has attacked another nation. And that is an act of war. Where is the United? Does this lead to boots on the ground, Jennifer? That's the question that I have right now. American boots on the ground.
That's why I can't wait to hear what you have to say about this today. I agree with you. And this is going to get brought up tonight. And if it isn't, shame on those that are moderating this tonight because it needs to be talked about. And if we're not going to get a response all day from the administration, then, somebody better talk about it tonight. And if you're going to be on that ticket with Kamala, you better be able to answer this type of a question.
Amen.
So.
Amen.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, no. Thank you for being here.
I love it. I love your show. Amazing. And we'll see you tonight.
Hey, it's my understanding as payment for your 3 hours on the radio today that Dan's going to give you a little baby. I don't know. I don't. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
All right, I got it. I'm all in.
You all in?
I'm all in.
There's Jennifer Sheets. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, the Matt Murphy Show's coming up next on Super Talk.
You're so funny. That's so sweet.
Targets once launched. ABC's Marcus Moore is in the region and says the White House issued a statement earlier.
We are actively
supporting defensive preparations to defend Israel against the attack, and that a direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran.
In central Israel, residents are being advised by Israeli officials to stay close to safe rooms.
That is Michelle Franzen reporting. And by the way, former President Trump has put out a lengthy statement on his platform, Truth Social. It reads, "The world is on fire and spiraling out of control. We have no leadership, no one running the country. We have a non-existent president in Joe Biden and a completely absent Vice President Kamala Harris, who is too busy fundraising in San Francisco, a city which she and Gavin Newsom, as he put it, totally destroyed, and staging fake photo ops." The former president says no one is in charge. It's not even clear who is more confused, Biden or Kamala. Neither has any idea what is even going on. When I was president, Iran was in total check. I'm in the process of posting his entire statement to our social media. It is about 6 paragraphs long. Hurricane Helene update. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says crews have reopened major routes to push supplies into hard-hit Asheville. Reopened I-40 east from the city and is expected to open west out of the city soon. Here in Tennessee, the death toll is 6 across several counties. Governor Lee requesting an expedited major disaster declaration for the 9 counties impacted. And in Money News, Jim Ryan.
Stocks have opened October by giving up some of September's gains. The Dow this morning was down 340 points and back below 42,000. The S&P had surrendered 1.3%. The Nasdaq was lower by more than 2%. On the verge of seeing its stock rating cut to junk, Boeing is looking for a lifeline. ABC News has learned that the aerospace company is considering raising at least $10 billion by selling new stock. Pharmacy giant CVS may be looking to break itself up. Several reports say the company has been exploring options, including splitting its retail and insurance units. CVS took over insurance company Aetna in 2017 in a deal worth $70 billion. And 2 of the biggest names in satellite TV are getting together. DirecTV is buying Dish for $1, as well as taking over nearly $10 billion in debt. DirecTV and Dish almost merged more than 20 years ago. The deal was spiked by the FCC.
All right, right now, let's check the Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P, shall we, on the midday. Looks like the Dow is down 185, S&P down 61, NASDAQ down 331. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy here. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN Tuesday edition, October 1st, first day of the month. 35-ish days to go before Election Day. 5 weeks, actually a little less than 35 days, as we would be voting on this Tuesday 5 weeks from now. It's episode 663 of our broadcast time together on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's locked for Trump Day 213. I'm getting through all of these pleasantries quite quickly because we got a very serious situation that's escalating right now in the Middle East. Look, I understand that we can juggle all of these balls at the same time and provide you the news and information that you need to know to get through your day. We like to have a lot of fun on this show, and today's not one of those days that we're going to have a lot of fun because we've got a lot to get to. In as much as you have a vice presidential debate going on tonight, very important, but I think it pales in comparison to what's happening right now in the Middle East, considering what the possibilities are of the escalation of the events happening earlier today. And we're going to talk about that comprehensively throughout the course of this hour and the subsequent 2 hours that we have to broadcast until we hand off to Brian Wilson, who's out at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon for our big debate watch party. We'll have fun out there. We'll have a good time. J.D. Vance taking on Tim Walz. But this debate and the world itself has taken on just a little bit of a different tone today, as moments ago, Iran has attacked. I had as my number one storyline of the day, Iran preparing an attack on Israel. Well, you scratch out preparing and you say Iran has attacked Israel. Where is Joe Biden right now? Where is the president of the United States? When is the president? I mean, I understand that this is just 30 minutes old, but time is of the essence here, especially when it comes to backroom diplomacy to prevent this from further escalation to the point that you have the entirety of the Middle East at war. Now, let's call this what it is. On October 7th, 2023, the political ruling class of the Gaza Strip, the ruling political party that controlled the Gaza Strip, attacked another country. Now, while Palestine is not officially recognized as a country in and of itself, it is a state governed by and controlled by the terrorist group Hamas. I just want to back this up and help you understand. And at the time, and I'm not here to, call the balls and strikes from yesterday, and I'm not here to pat myself on the back, but we saw it coming. Those of us who understand the Middle East understand that if you do not have a heavy hand of backroom diplomacy going on with the United States of America telling the rest of the Middle East that you better back off Israel, otherwise you got the United States of America to take care of. You got the United States of America on your hands. Look, I have no interest in going to war or having boots on the ground in the Middle East. But through strength of diplomacy, the United States of America could have avoided this. And we chose not to because we have a weak president of the United States. And you have a ruling party, the Democrat Party, that doesn't know whose side they're on, it seems, at times, despite giving lip service here and there to Israel. Then suddenly you see a breakout of a protest on a college campus, on an Ivy League campus somewhere, and the Democrats back off and act as if they're even-handed in all of this. There is no even hand in this. On October 6th, 2023, there was a ceasefire in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas, between Israel and Hezbollah, between Israel and Iran, between Israel and any other warring faction that wants to do harm to the Jewish population in that part of the world, from the river to the sea. October 7th changed all of that. Inasmuch as Hamas launched a coordinated and sustained, vicious and bloody assault on Israel. Now, that was a terrorist group that has political control over that region of the world. There is a distinct difference between what happened on October 7th, the response that Israel has given up until now, the latest response against Hezbollah. All of these organizations, by the way, you must understand, are funded by Iran. When we told you that there would be consequences to Barack Obama opening up pallets of money to the Iranians, this is what we were talking about. Once again, I have no interest with the danger in the Middle East right now playing a game of I told you so, but it's important to get this stuff on the record. Actions have consequences, and when you mollycoddle those who mollycoddle terrorism, you get more terrorism. It's exactly what happened during the Obama administration. Donald Trump attempted to walk that back. He broke the agreement for good reason. He attempted to clamp down as best we can through sanctions on those bad actors in the Middle East. And sadly, in the 3.5 years that Joe Biden has been president, he's rolled that back. He has played footsie with the Iranians to the point that they have been emboldened in this way to not only fund Hezbollah, not only fund Hamas, not only fund terrorist organizations in that region of the world that have in their mission statement the desire to destroy all of the Jews and to eliminate Israel from the maps of the earth. Now that country has struck back in a big way. It is being reported this hour that Iran has launched major missile attacks on Israel. Dozens of missiles over Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and Haifa. This is not ceremonial. This is not a show pony. Whether you want to make the official declaration or not, I am here to tell you that this is an act of war between two countries. How else would you describe it now? Some would say, well, wait a minute, the Israelis attacked first. The Israelis attacked terrorists in Hezbollah, in the form of Hezbollah in the regions of the world where they were stationed. These were targeted attacks designed to cut the head off the snake, and it was very, very effective. You know, nobody's pager blew up in the Middle East unless you were a part of a terrorist organization. Nobody's two-way radio blew up in the Middle East unless you were a part of a terrorist organization. Israel understood what they were doing. And by the way, my goodness, that attack or that assault was, we're told now, some 15 years in the making from the beginning of the ideas to coming to fruition. In response to the death of the leader of Hamas, or rather Hezbollah, Iran has attacked. My prediction in the aftermath of October 7th, I'm sad to tell you, is coming true, inasmuch as most of us who examined this information in front of us, most of us who watched as Joe Biden tried to play two ends against the middle, as my grandpa used to say. He tried to play two ends against the middle. And the outcome was easily predictable. You soft pedal your approach. You soften your approach. You don't show the level of strength and resolve that is necessary. Then these leaders will take advantage of that as best they can. And they're doing so right now because they don't believe America is going to have Israel's back. They don't believe. Here's the political calculus if you want to get right down to where the goats can graze on it. The nation of Iran knows that Joe Biden does not have the balls to do anything to support Israel right now because they have an election going on. Now, I understand that it's lunchtime. Maybe there's some kids in the car, and I apologize for the salty language, but I think you know I'm exactly right. Now, you have a war breaking out in the Middle East, and America seems to be absent. Now, we are being told by internal sources that the United States of America is attempting through our military to support and coordinate with Israel on their air defense, and that's a good thing. We have been doing so since the Iron Dome was installed so many years ago. There are sources inside of Israel saying that the security cabinet is sheltering in an emergency bunker right now for fear that there will be they will be a target for these bombs coming out of Iran. Ballistic missiles are coming across. These are not, once again, I just want to reiterate, and I'm not trying to scare the hell out of anybody, but these are not show missiles. And there's a difference. A lot of times when Israel acts in a way to attempt to protect its own borders or protect its own people from terrorism, some of these nations around them, specifically Iran, sometimes it's Hezbollah, which is located primarily in Lebanon. Sometimes it's Hamas and other groups. They'll make a show of retaliation where they'll pop up a couple of missiles, the Iron Dome shuts them down, and off we go. What I am seeing and what I would suggest to you is that the possibility exists that we, based on our support of Israel, could be going to war. $20.90. I just listened to all you said, and I guess I'm a bit naive. How does this and why should this matter to me as an American? Honest question, I'm new to this whole thing. In my eyes, when they attack Sheila, I don't know what that is, by blowing up cell phones, they themselves struck first with terrorism. Are we not allowed to call a spade a spade? Well, what I would say is if you're coming at this honestly, $20.90, and for some reason I don't know, maybe you are. The initial act of terrorism that started this latest round of conflict started on October 7th, 2023. There was no active engagement between the Israeli forces called the IDF and any of these terrorist organizations. Hamas is a terrorist organization that has gotten its meat hooks into the political arena by taking over political control of the Gaza Strip, which is recognized as a political entity, but not recognized as its own state. Hamas won those elections over the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority still controls the West Bank, and the West Bank is relatively quiet, although there have been some actions amongst the Israeli forces in an effort to root out some of the terrorism that's involved in the West Bank. But the PLO has been relatively quiet. They're the moderates in all of this now, believe it or not. Or they used to be called the PLO. I think they're called the PA now, the Palestinian Authority. So let me walk it back for you, $20.90, if you're truly entertaining this, and I appreciate your interest. America has always been invested in the continued existence of the nation of Israel. We consider Israel as the lone democracy in the Middle East. We consider, there are some show pony democracies in the Middle East, but none of them truly exist. There's a lot of religious zealotry that goes on over there. There's a lot of authoritarianism and dictatorship and, kingdoms and whatnot. Even a lot of our friends, like the Saudi Arabians and the Egyptians. That to say, we have long held that it is of vital importance that the United States of America continue our friendship and our partnership with the nation of Israel, because Israel, in fact, is a stabilizing force in that region. We also recognize, based on the aftermath of the Holocaust, that were it not for the United States of America, the very likelihood exists that you would see a second wave of an attempt to genocide and a complete destruction of the Jewish people. Now, Israel was created in 1948 under much debate and under much stress and emotion, based on the actions of Adolf Hitler in World War II. If you blow this up most recently, there have been multiple conflicts in the last 25 to 30 years, and I could go over all of them, and I don't know them all off the top of my head. I don't pretend to. But I would suggest that the most recent round led to Israel withdrawing all of their forces in 2006 from the West Bank and from the Gaza Strip. They protect themselves with walls and with barriers, as they must do, because of the terrorist presence in that region of the world. At the same time, they allow aid to come into the Palestinian regions. They allow aid to come into the Gaza Strip. They allow monetary aid, food aid, medicine, other humanitarian aid to flow into that country. Sadly, the terrorist organizations that control those countries take that aid, particularly the money, and they spend it on organizing and preparing for war to destroy the Israelis. That's what all the tunnels are about underneath the Palestinian territories, underneath the hospitals and the schools. They shield themselves behind the innocent Palestinians, and they wage war as they can against the Israelis. There was a major escalation in their effort. So in 2006, they took over political and full control of that slice of the Middle East. On October 7th of last year, there was a major offensive by Hamas and their forces, and they struck out and killed intentionally innocent Israelis, Israeli civilians. They killed some 1,400 on that day, and they have taken others hostage, and they have kept those hostages over the last almost calendar year. Israel has been attempting to, over the course of this year, get their people back. Last almost calendar year. Israel has been attempting to, over the course of this year, get their people back. There are American hostages being held as well, 2090. So the act of striking the terrorist in Hezbollah was a response to an organized assault against them and their nation, and the furtherance of that response by the group of terrorists called Hezbollah. All right, that's a little bit of a primer, and I know that I'm glossing over a lot, and people who have information and are very informed about the Middle East, they would agree with me there. So we got that going on. We got the vice presidential debate going on. We continue to monitor the aftermath of Helene, very tragic situation in Georgia, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and in eastern Tennessee. We have 45,000 port workers now on strike all up and down the eastern seaboard into the Gulf of Mexico, all the way to Texas. Does it not feel like 1977 all over again? You got port workers striking. You've got unrest in the Middle East. You've got concerns about supply chains. You've got massive amounts of inflation. You got a presidential election coming up. I know there wasn't one in 1977, but there had just been one. And sadly, we elected a guy that just turned 100. Happy birthday, Jimmy Carter. Hope you're doing okay, buddy. We got a lot to get to. Your calls, 615-737-9986. And for those asking on the membersnutrition.com super text line, I know I got to get a break. I was not able, because of a lot of circumstances and everything going on, I was not able to get out to Trousdale Prison. I initially was going out there to visit with Tim Tebow, but logistically, I just couldn't get it done, and I needed to be here for you, and so I made that decision to get in here for you. It's 24 after the hour on Super Talk.
The Drive with Brian Wilson. That could be the one thing that could change this election in a big, big way. Today from 3 to 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, folks, we need to get you out to the Nashville Super Speedway this weekend, October 4th and 5th. It's the largest Chevy and GMC truck event in America. Coming to Nashville Super Speedway this Friday and Saturday. Man, oh man, it's going to be a lot of fun, folks. Packed with vendors, activities like autocross, a huge swap meet, bigger than you can imagine, a huge vendor midway, dyno, track racing, a track cruise, and much, much more. If you want to register your truck, you may do so on site the day that you get there. You'll receive 2 adult passes for both days, or spectator tickets are just $25 a day, and parking is, of course, free. It's at Nashville Super Speedway. More information at C10, that's the letter C, the number 10, nationals.com. That's C10nationals.com. We'll see you there.
Back pain, neck pain, knee pain, hip pain, and elbow pain can all be treated non-surgically at the Dr. Gill Center. No drugs, no surgery. Hey, it's Ken Weaver. For a limited time, we're offering new patients a $49 special. That's $49 for your initial exam, x-rays, and review of your findings. But hurry, this is a limited time offer. It won't last long. Call the Dr. Gill Center now. 615-882-4838. That's 615-882-4838. Don't take a pill. Call Dr. Gill.
Washington is broken, and not just a little. Radical left elitists have betrayed our country, trading common sense for woke politics. An unchecked invasion at the southern border, China buying up U.S. farmland, historic inflation that has American families fighting to survive, all while the left gives trillion-dollar handouts. It's bad, but without leaders like Marsha Blackburn, it would be worse. Marsha Blackburn has never been afraid to take on the woke mob or her own party. That's why Marsha led the fight to make sure Tennessee is never burdened with a state income tax. Now Marcia is fighting every day to restore sanity in Washington and to protect the rights of Tennesseans. Marcia Blackburn is more than the leadership we need in the Senate. She's the leadership that will save America for the next generation. Marcia Blackburn, real strength for Tennessee.
I'm Marcia Blackburn, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Marcia for Senate.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, I hear Staples can print everything for my business. Sure can. And the quality is guaranteed? Absolutely. Plus, you'll beat any price quote. Is that right? For sure. How about this one? We'll beat it. Can you print menus, signs, and flyers? Sure can. How about blueprints? No problem. What about red prints? Not a real thing. What if they were? We'd print them. And they'd look amazing.
Now at Staples, print more, save more. Up to $150 off your print purchase. Ends 11/2. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details and staples.com/price match for in-store price match guarantee.
Where do you watch and listen to us?
Well, you can always find me walking around the house in the afternoon, cooking dinner, cleaning house, phone in hand with the YouTube app.
Most of the time, I'm listening on my phone through the Twitter app in the afternoons when I'm hanging out with the kids in the backyard. Just right there on my phone.
Hey, I don't know if you guys have tried just going to the WTN app on your phone, pop in the earbuds, and I'm listening on the pickleball court to The Drive with Brian Wilson.
Wherever you are, if you've got a smartphone, you can listen and watch us live.
You find the links at 997WTN.com.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy for The Glock Store. Now, The Glock Store loves a good party, and you know that they are the premier sponsors of our party tonight at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. I love the fact that the Glock Store is going to be there, and I love even more the fact that when they found out that we were having a party, they said, hey, it's not a party unless you give stuff away. Do you have party favors? And we said, well, we got a few things going on. We got this and that, and the other person maybe helping us out with that. And they said, hold on a second. We need to get you some really good stuff to give away. And you know what they did? They gave us some pretty darn good stuff to give away. How about this? How about a tactical rehydration mug? That'll be third prize for their big giveaway. What about a second prize of a 3-session range card at the world-famous Shoot 270 rooms, Never Lanes rooms? And then first prize, how about this? Grand prize, they're giving away a Glock 43X MOS. That announcement will come on my show tomorrow on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, the Glock Store, they're givers. They have the best store in Nashville, a beautiful retail space. I encourage you to get out there as soon as you can, or come on out and see the gang from the Glock Store tonight at Hop Springs and enter for these opportunities to win. It's from the one and only Glock Store. Find out more at glockstore.com. All right, I'm about to have to get over to Ken Weaver in the newsroom with additional information. Obviously, he's breaking down everything from a news perspective regarding Iran launching a major missile attack on Israel. If you're just getting in your automobile for your lunchtime, I'm sad to report that. I do not know when we're expecting to hear from Joe Biden. It has been now almost an hour. One would think that a major escalation along these lines. You've got two countries in the Middle East at war at this point. Now, you can argue with me or debate with me whether or not the language that I'm using is appropriate. Is it a conflict? Is it a war? Well, what I'm looking at looks like a war to me when you've got one country shooting missiles indiscriminately to another country. That's a war. And our president is thus far silent. One would expect that he would have something to say about this at some point over the course of the afternoon. Somebody wake him up and let him know that there's bad things happening in regions of the world that many of his actions ultimately led to. It is 12:30. We'll get to your calls as well during the Libertarian Lunchtime Hour. I promise you we'll get to some of the other matters going on in the world. There's lots going on today, and Ken Weaver's got headlines on all of it on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Information fueled, opinion driven. Super Talk 99.7
WTN. 12:30 on the dot this Tuesday afternoon. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast in 5 minutes. And right now, Iran is attacking Israel. Iran says in retaliation for Israel killing leaders of Hamas and Hezbollah.
An attack underway from Iran against Israel right now. The first Iranian missile strikes happening minutes ago, with ABC News learning more than 200 ballistic missiles in 2 waves are expected to drop on multiple targets in Israel. Some sirens are blaring, warning residents to take cover or shelter in place in many areas. 3 Israeli air bases and an intelligence base north of Tel Aviv are said to be under threat, with some evacuations underway. ABC's Tom Sufi Burridge is in the region and says Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu is telling everyone to be on alert.
He is warning all citizens in Israel to heed the warnings, move to shelters quickly if the sirens go off, and basically heed all emergency guidelines which are in place across this country right now.
Meantime, there's been a shooting in Tel Aviv near a commuter station. There are multiple victims, and just in, flights are being diverted away from Iranian airspace.
Yes, Derek Dennis reporting, by the way, the death toll from that terrorist attack at the station there in Tel Aviv. The death toll stands at 4. Former President Trump posted to Truth Social saying, under President Trump, we had no war in the Middle East, no war in Europe, and harmony in Asia. If Kamala gets 4 more years, the former president says the world goes up in smoke. The entire statement is several paragraphs long, and we have posted it to our social media for your perusal. Right now in Tennessee, Governor Lee's requesting an expedited major disaster declaration for the 9 easternmost counties impacted by Hurricane Helene. These counties have started establishing donation centers, and for the list of needs, you need to go to Tennessee.gov and then navigate to TEMA for this list of specific needs for donating to the survivors there in East Tennessee. The death toll stands at 6. That's the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's. Holiday hosting starts at Lowe's. Get up to 35% off select major appliances, plus save an additional $75 on select cooking appliances, $899 or more. Valid through 10/16 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Appliance savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details.
From the Beacon Capital Management Weather Center.
Warmer weather and sunshine returning to the mid-state. I'm WSMV4 First Alert meteorologist Stefano DiPietro. Temperatures today should hover in the 70s to right around 80. A spotty shower, yes. We'll try to get some sunshine back this afternoon, but those clouds may be stubborn. Tonight we'll fall to the 60s and 50s with some patchy but dense fog in some areas tomorrow morning. The afternoon will have more consistent sunshine. Temperatures are still in the 70s to near 80. Thursday and Friday look warmer, as does the weekend. Temperatures lower to the mid-80s in the forecast, looking to stay dry.
Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy, and I want to talk to you for a moment about your heater. Now, maybe you've not used it yet, and you're thinking, hey, Murph, it's in the 80s all week long. What are you talking about heating for? Because there will come a time, and it will come very soon. It's October 1st, guys, when it gets cool enough where you're going to turn on that heater. And if you've not called Jeff Eddy in Efficient Heating and Cooling, if you've not scheduled an appointment for him to maintenance your unit, if you've not taken advantage of the fact that he will never, ever charge you over $125 for a maintenance visit on your heater, no matter how many heaters you have at your residence, and oftentimes it's much less than that. That's the max cap. So if you've not done all of those things, you're going to smell that nasty smell. You're gonna just get it coming out of the thing. It's going to be a burny, nasty smell. That's getting in your body. What are you doing? You're damaging your health. Let's get with Jeff Eddy and make sure that everything's running properly so we don't have unfortunate breakdowns down the road. They can also help you manage that nasty smell when you turn on that heater for the first time during a season. Go to efficienthvac.net. That's efficienthvac.net. When it's time to replace, by the way, they're also an Elite Pro partner with Rheem. They'd love to talk to you about that when the time comes. 615-784-4424, 784-4424 for Efficient.
Tire Discounters announces our latest breakthrough, TD Chat BS. This software allows us to detect untruths, deceptions, and even outright lies. Let's listen in as we call a local car dealer.
Hi, I drive your model of auto or truck. I need servicing.
Oh, that's great. You should always call the dealer for service to make sure your warranty stays intact.
Untruth.
Excuse me?
I can attend at Tire Discounters for all services, even for all manufacturers' scheduled maintenance. Warranty not affected.
But it's only us dealers who really know our own models.
Deception. Tire Discounters technicians are certified experts for all makes and models.
Okay, maybe.
How many dollars do you charge me for? As few as Tire Discounters?
We are not that much more.
Outright lie. Ending call now. Bye. Adios. Aloha. Hasta la pasta.
Right now, save up to $250 on Cooper tires, and shocks and struts are buy 3, get 1 free.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm. Located right here in Nashville. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 615-733-8168, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
If you're a State Farm customer affected by the recent hurricane and need to submit a claim, go to statefarm.com, call 1-800-SF-CLAIM, download the State Farm mobile app, or contact your local State Farm agent. With one of the industry's largest catastrophe response teams, State Farm and your agent are ready to help. Go to statefarm.com to start your claim. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you for being with us on 99.7 FM all across the great state of Tennessee, from southern Kentucky to northern Alabama and all points in between. We're also streaming on any platform that streams music or news or podcast or information. We are there, every single one of them. You can podcast us from our website, from Spotify, from Apple, and all of those spaces. And then, of course, there's Super Talk TV, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch up and running. And we understand there's a we had a reset earlier today through our IT department, our engineering department. There's a slight reset going on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. And in order to avoid, we have one of two choices to make. We can either completely restart the system, which would dump all of you out of it if you're listening or watching, I should say. So I apologize if I sound like it's a poorly dubbed Japanese film right now, or if it looks that way as I talk to you on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. But hopefully that will get repaired very quickly. Your thoughts on what's going on? We've got, major activity going on in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Florida, in East Tennessee with regard to the aftermath of Helene. Very disturbed by a lot of what we're seeing over there. Very disturbed at the lack of, it seems to be the lack of urgency on the part of the federal government, the lack of urgency on the part of the Biden-Harris administration. I'm not here to over-politicize that. I'm just calling balls and strikes. Secondarily, you've got 45,000 port workers now on strike. Did you see the Commerce Secretary yesterday? The Commerce Secretary was asked about this, and she acted like she didn't know anything about it. Essentially saying, that's just really... Well, I'll tell you what. Instead of me telling you about it, I will let you listen to it. Here is the... here she is, the Secretary of Commerce on CNBC yesterday.
Where have you been kind of focused and hearing on what would happen if the strike goes, let's say, longer than a week?
Again, I have not been very focused on that.
I have not been very focused on that. That's the Secretary of Commerce. Now, there's a longer clip that I'm going to pull up to share with you. Oh, here it is. I think it's going to go to a commercial. I know it. Watch. It's going to go to a commercial. Watch it go to a commercial. Longer clip. This is the, there's the commercial. A longer clip for the Secretary of Commerce where her name is, I always get it wrong, Gina Weena from Verbena. Well, I forget what it is. Raimondo.
We go into the strike, and what do you know about it?
It's not a secret that this would be, depending on how long it lasts, could be incredibly disruptive to commerce. Again, I have not been very focused on that. I would refer you to the White House or the Transportation Secretary. As I said, I haven't been particularly involved.
So that is the Secretary of Commerce. Now, it's Gina Raimondo is the Secretary of Commerce. For those, she refers you to the White House. She's a cabinet-level official in government. And she's referring us to the White House. Secondarily, she is the Commerce Secretary in the United States Cabinet. And she's referring us to the Transportation Secretary. Now, I understand the Transportation Secretary would have something to do with this, of course. This person, as United States Secretary of Commerce, serves as the principal advisor to the President of the United States of America on all matters relating to commerce. The Secretary reports directly to the President of the United States, is a statutory member of the Cabinet of the United States. The Secretary is appointed by the President with the advice and consent of the United States Senate. The Secretary of Commerce is concerned with promoting American business and industry. Its mission is to foster, promote, and develop the foreign and domestic commerce of the United States of America. And she's not concerned with 45,000 port workers striking? How do you think, lady, that's going to affect commerce? Nothing's getting unloaded. It's going to cost the United States of America $5 billion a day. $5 billion a day. You know, I haven't been, I'll just listen to it.
If we go into the strike, and what do you know about it?
It's not a secret that this would be, depending on how long it lasts, could be incredibly disruptive to commerce.
Yeah, sure. Incredibly disruptive to commerce.
I have not been very focused on that. I would refer you to the White House or the Transportation Secretary. As I said, I haven't been particularly involved.
At the Department of Commerce, the Secretary's role includes, quote, advancing our economic and national security. To include the description that I just read you. And she says, I haven't been focused on it. You know, and maybe it's a week, maybe it's 2 weeks, maybe it's a month. Who knows? Maybe people begin running out of supplies. Maybe there's another shot of inflationary pricing because of a lack of supply and a consistent demand for things, I don't know, like toilet paper and other necessities in life. You're talking about port workers from the eastern seaboard, for the northern tip of the east coast of the United States of America, all the way across to Texas and the Gulf of Mexico. Everything except for the left coast. In the meantime, if that's not, this major strike is not enough of it, you have Iran launching hundreds of missiles at Israel. Jordan is now saying that it has intercepted missiles. The United States is assisting this Israeli air defense as well. What say you? 615-737-9986. 615-737-9986 if you have any thoughts on this. On the membersnutrition.com super text line, 4209 says tonight's debate has been totally rebooted. I don't know that necessarily it is a reboot of tonight's debate, but it does remind you of what incompetence in the White House potentially can lead to. You know, with all of you folks going to the polls, and if you're voting for your feelings, if you're voting because you don't like how Donald Trump talks sometimes, if you're voting because you say that he's inarticulate or he sends out mean tweets or mean truth socials, you might want to relook at how you're voting because the world is burning. And oh, by the way, for those of you liberals out there in the super text world who want to suggest to me, oh, Donald Trump's just going to make it worse. Jeremiah wrote in. Hey, Jeremiah, love you, buddy. And Jeremiah says, oh, Donald Trump's just going to make it worse. I invited him to call me and tell me how. He said, Trump will make everything worse, to which I reminded him There was peace in the Middle East under Donald Trump. Donald Trump was extracting us from foreign conflict. Donald Trump was going to get us out of Afghanistan in the proper fashion. Instead, sadly, he had to hand it off to Joe, and Joe completely, in 9 months, botched the operation. Completely botched the operation. Donald Trump did things that other political leaders said were unimaginable. Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Joe Biden himself all stated that they would love the idea of moving the United States Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, but that would cause such unrest in the Middle East we couldn't possibly do so. Donald Trump did it without a peep. Without a peep. And we are slowly but surely walking on two fronts to the brink of war. Completely incompetent, the White House. Now, some are asking the question, and rightly so, why in the world, or how this is any different from, pardon me, I'm getting a lot of, I was just looking on my phone here to relate this to you, and I'm getting a lot of information coming down via text right now. About this Iranian attack, writes a friend of mine, I've told some coworkers they need to pay attention. Several of them are eye-rolling, saying this is no different than when Iran lobbed missiles at Israel 6 months ago to save face. Can you please break down the significance of this attack? It's much bigger, for one. It's just functionally bigger. There are more launches coming into Israel. Secondarily, Israel is making plans to go out on an all-in-all offensive against Hezbollah, and Hezbollah has long been the proxy terrorist organization that Iran has utilized and been friendly with regard to carrying out some of the things that they want to do in the Middle East. Number three, Israel is going to respond to this forcefully, and that potentially might be a response by launching missiles directly into, or boots on the ground directly into, Iran itself. The IDF already saying that there will be serious consequences for the attack that's going on right now. Now, I most certainly hope that this keeps the United States of America, their forceful response keeps the United States of America out of it. But if this thing escalates any further, the United States of America is going to expect to be a part of at least logistical or behind-the-scenes military operations. I mean, we already have boots over there. We already have warships over there. The Middle East is a vital economic hub around the globe. There's a lot of oil flowing out of there, and that impacts world markets. There are a lot of reasons to be concerned about what's happening right now. So far, no casualties reported, but sadly, they expected that could change any time. Renee, a lot of reaction to this moron, Gina Riamondo, that she's not involved. Who the hell's running the Commerce Department? Well, that's a good question. She says this is a matter of the Transportation Department. It's a matter of the Commerce Department, too. World's on fire. I'm sad to report it, but that's what's going on right now. 615-737, if you have any thoughts on it, 615-737-9986, and we'll also take some calls a little bit later on what you expect out of the vice presidential debate tonight. It is way down on the list, sadly, of things we need to discuss on the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy, and Tennessee Men's Clinic is in the house and on my mind. Let's talk about what they do in Midtown, what they do in their relatively new location in Franklin, because they opened that one up last year. They've been doing this since 2014. They focus and exclusively on men's health. And more importantly, they focus on energy levels, especially when you get to your middle age. Secondarily, it is all about, getting the things done that you want to get done in life, whether that's gains at the gym, whether it's working in the yard, or getting the things done you want in your intimate relationship. Because low T levels and other factors can affect your intimate relationships to the point that they lessen those experiences or eliminate them completely. Well, if that's what you're dealing with in your world, I understand you don't want to deal with it. I understand that you want to believe that it will go away. It will not go away. It's time to make the call and make this happen, friends. Let's go to TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. That's TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Or give them a call at 615-208-9090. 208-9090 for our friends at Tennessee Men's Clinic.
Hundreds of missiles launched at Israel. We've got the very latest at 1 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much, Mr. Ken Weaver. Busy day in the newsroom, busy day in the studio, busy day for the United States and around the globe. All eyes are on the Middle East, obviously, and we're worried about it. We should be worried about it. We don't want to allow ourselves to slow walk into this thing. Iran has, sadly, it has been a lack of spirited negotiation, a lack of spirited behind-the-scenes diplomacy that I believe has led to this. Joe Biden. Now, I didn't see where Joe Biden has spoken. Maybe he has. Let me see if I can find it on social media. Perhaps he has issued something through the old official account. Let's see. This morning, VP and I convened our national security team to discuss Iranian plans to, this is from an hour ago, okay? This morning, VP and I convened our national security team to discuss Iranian plans to launch an imminent missile attack against Israel. We discussed how the United States is prepared to help Israel defend against these attacks and protect American personnel in the region. That's it. That's all. So that's the only communication on the official White House. Let's see if I can go to White House. That's from the POTUS. Let's see if I can find something from White House. White House. The White House. Oh, they're live right now. Look at there. Let's see what they're doing live. Oh, the press briefing with Karine Jean-Pierre. Yes, we'll begin shortly, starting in about 4 or 5 minutes from now. So we'll be monitoring that. Obviously, the president all on top. I'm saying this firmly with my tongue in my cheek. The president all on top of this situation. Let's talk to Randall real quick before I have to go to the top of the hour or want to go to the top of the hour news. Hey, Randall.
Hey, how are you doing, brother?
I'm well. What's on your mind?
Well, this whole strike situation, I just got to listening to the show just a little bit ago. I don't know if you have talked about some of the reasons of why they are striking.
I'm listening, Randall.
Okay, I didn't know if you talked about that yet. So
wait,
one of
so
the things
talked about who's they?
The workers.
Oh,
the labor
okay.
union.
See, I was confused. I thought you were talking about the strike in Israel and the Iranians.
Oh, sorry, wrong strike today.
That's what I was like. Wait, what are we talking about? Of course, I've been talking about that for a while. Yeah, hit me up. Tell me, what are your thoughts? I honestly, I've not involved myself in that situation enough to be able to intelligently tell you what the specifics of the disagreements are.
Well, three things that I've read about so far are that the workers are wanting a 77% increase in wages over the next 5 years, I believe is what it was. Another issue that they have is that the machinery on the ports are evidently wanting to be replaced with all automated machines, and supposedly those said machines are from China. So that would be a pretty obvious reason they don't want to get replaced.
Hey, hold your thought here, Randall. Hold your thought here because I'm unable to get to the last point before we need to get to the news, and I'll get to it in a moment. I do know about the automation, and I have heard about this increase. The unions are asking too much here, but because the president decided not to get involved and nobody in the presidential administration seems to want to get involved, sadly, we've gotten to this point. They are not forcefully offering negotiating tactics that would lead to a successful conclusion. Here comes Ken Weaver in the news.
One o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories this Tuesday afternoon. We've got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes, and Iran says it is attacking Israel in retaliation for Israel killing terrorist leaders.
Israel's Iron Dome lighting up the night sky after Iran launched a wave of missiles and air raid sirens sounding. A U.S. official estimates more than 200 missiles were launched in retaliation for the death of Hezbollah's leader last week in Lebanon. ABC News learning that Iran may be targeting military installations around Tel Aviv. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Beirut.
Israel has been very clear that if Iran attacks Israel, it is going to respond, and the response is going to be very severe. So we just have to wait and see. 99% of the missiles that were fired at Israel back in April were intercepted.
The White House says the president and vice president are receiving briefings on those developments, and the U.S. says it's readied its defenses in the region. In Tel Aviv, Israeli police say a shooting incident earlier left 4 people dead and others wounded. It's being treated as a terror attack.
That's Michelle Franzen reporting. Hurricane Helene update. Governor Lee requesting an expedited major disaster declaration for the 9 easternmost Tennessee counties impacted. Those counties have started establishing donation centers. For the list of needs, go to tn.gov and then navigate to TEMA. That is TEMA. The State Department of Health says 6 people confirmed dead in Tennessee, at least 100 still unaccounted for. News 2 says researchers with the Tennessee Climate Office, based out of East Tennessee State University, will now comb through data like rainfall and drone imagery to hone in on the historic nature of this flood, which at least one official says has the characteristics of a 1,000-year event. October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Here's Sherry Preston.
American Cancer Society CEO Dr. Karen Knudsen says there's good news to report.
When we look at progress against breast cancer, we are delighted to report a 44% reduction in overall breast cancer mortality since 1989, which was the high watermark for breast cancer death in this country.
Unfortunately, there's also bad news. Breast cancer diagnoses are going up for younger millennial and Gen Z women, possibly because of obesity and possibly because of high alcohol use, both risk factors.
Later tonight in Middle Tennessee, the Rutherford County School Board votes on a resolution that urges the district attorney to prosecute students criminally and put them in jail for making threats to schools. The resolution will also call for students to lose their driver's licenses. The meeting starts at 5:30. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, friends, Matt Murphy for We Grow Hair. I was just showing off my long locks for Trump to Sammy, who's controlling the board today. Man, oh, man, they're growing long, they're loud, they're proud, they're all down on my shoulders. Thank you to PAI Medical. PAI Medical can help anybody within the sound of my voice with regard to hair loss, no matter what stage of loss you might be in. And if you're a little concerned, man, like I was, because I've got a lumpy head, and the last thing I need, don't make me laugh, the last thing I need is for my hair to come out because my head's all lumpy. It's not nice and round like some of these bald guys you see around. So I went to PAI Medical, and they said, well, you got a little bit of thinning on your crown. They explained to me what was going on. They explained to me that most men start thinning before they even recognize it, and I was one of those guys. And so I'm getting their FDA-approved laser treatments that makes my hair thicker and fuller. It prevents any and all hair loss. You can do this right now, gentlemen, by calling PAI Medical at 615-376-6010, 376-6010. So whether you're just beginning to lose like me, or if you've been losing your hair for a while, they also have the Artis Robotic FUE hair transplant procedure, guaranteed results. Their trademarked multi-unit hair grafting procedure. Go to WeGrowHair.com. That's WeGrowHair.com. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you. .107 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sammy just asked me a great question off the air. I was talking about PAI Medical and the We Grow Hair people, and she said, do they do women's hair too? I said, yeah, of course they do. Anyone that's got thinning or bald spots, women have that issue as well. Not as much as men, obviously, but some do. And if that's the case, certainly they do. Second hour of the show begins right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Obviously, if you're just joining us, maybe you were at lunch, just getting in your car, a lot of developments in the Middle East. Israeli officials are saying that they have 8 killed and 8 wounded in Tel Aviv in a gun attack that's going on right there. That apparently is on the ground. A gun attack is happening right now, and the Israeli officials are indicating that 8 have been killed and 8 wounded in that Tel Aviv attack. There are missile strikes happening from Iran into Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, an ally that we have promised to support and never leave their side. Whether or not that remains to be true remains to be seen, as we've not heard from Joe Biden nor the Biden administration as of an hour ago. One wonders, he offered on the White House website, I'm just checking. I want to make sure I'm giving you accurate information. This is a fluid situation. So let's go back to the White House and see if there is apparently there's a press briefing going on at the White House. No, it has yet to begin. Tune in for a briefing with Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. No doubt wait a minute, is this thing, it's live, right? No, it says it started 10 minutes ago. But it also says that it will begin shortly. I'm looking at that right now, and we'll be on top of that as soon as it begins. I have an expectation that they're going to move Karine Jean-Pierre out of the way because she says nothing, and bring in John Kirby, who says nothing better, and have him lead the discussion. Yes, you heard me correctly. She says nothing, he says nothing better, but at least it's better, right? Donald Trump has responded. A statement from President Donald Trump on the Iranian terror regime's imminent attack on Israel. The world is on fire and spiraling out of control. We have no leadership, no one running the country. We have a non-existent president in Joe Biden and a completely absent vice president, Kamala Harris, who is too busy fundraising in San Francisco, a city which she and Gavin Newsom totally destroyed. That's in the release. I'm reading it as it's written. And staging fake photo ops. No one is in charge, and not even clear who is more confused, Biden or Kamala. Neither has any idea what's even going on. When I was president, Iran was in total check. They were starved for cash, fully contained, and desperate to make a deal. Kamala flooded them with American cash, and ever since, they've been exporting terror all over the world and unraveling the Middle East. Under President Trump, we had no war in the Middle East, and no war in Europe, and harmony in Asia. No inflation, no Afghanistan catastrophe. Instead, we had peace. Now, war or the threat of war is raging everywhere. And the two incompetents running this country are leading us to the brink of World War III. You would not trust a Joe Biden or Kamala Harris to run a lemonade stand, let alone lead the free world. It is no surprise that Iran desperately wants Kamala Harris to be president because they know as long as she's in power, they can take advantage of America. That's why they've tried to target me, and they have. And the media, by the way, the media is completely ignoring this, that Iran, I mean, they report on it briefly and they move on from it. Iran wants Trump dead. Why? They don't want Trump to be president because Trump will act tough against Iran. Anyway, finishing up. If I was in charge, October 7th never happens. Russia, Ukraine never happens. Afghanistan botched withdrawal never happens. Inflation never happens. If I win, we'll have peace in the world again. If Kamala gets 4 more years, he says, the world goes up in smoke. That's Donald Trump, and that was issued earlier today. I don't know if it was issued around the time that these attacks began. Iran has launched about 180 missiles at Israel, and Israel says we have plans at the place and time of our choosing. That is where we are in the Middle Eastern conflict right now. In the meantime, we've got another thing going on, and that is this issue involving the port workers from Maine to Texas, all across the eastern seaboard and all across the Gulf of Mexico. Dock workers are now striking. This is the first strike since 1977. This will stop all shipping from coming ashore in the entire eastern seaboard all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico. Here is one of their workers, and I'm getting to your calls momentarily, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWT, listen in.
These people today don't know what a strike is. Right. When my men hit the streets from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid.
I would take a small disagreement. This is a spokesperson for the dock workers. I would take a small disagreement with him that everything that's sold in the United States of America doesn't come on a ship, in that, believe it or not, we still manufacture a few things here in our country. But other than that, he's correct.
Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job. Everybody's hating the longshoremen now, because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me, I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you. Go ahead. Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are going to go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the companies money to pay their salaries. Well, they went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this. Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a contract and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means. No.
Do you understand what Donald Trump would do to this guy? I would love to see Donald Trump sit down with this guy. And that's the head of the dock workers there, and I don't know his name. I pulled this clip off of the intrawebs, and I'm sad to say that they don't report on his name. But that's an interview that he gave last week. Now, he's a tough guy, and he's not altogether wrong. Some of the demands by the port workers are a little extreme. Randall was telling us about some of those demands, what exactly they wanted in return for returning to work. And let's turn back to Randall. Thank you for holding, Randall. I'm glad you did, and I'm sorry for the delay.
Oh, not a problem. So, yeah, I was just thinking that all of these things combined together. There's some other reports on reasons on why the strike is happening also, but this thing cannot go on for very long, because if it does, it will bring a lot of things grinding to a halt here. It's going to be very uncomfortable for everybody.
Well, there's no question that there is part of the lifeblood of the American economy exists in our ports. And if we do not have dock workers that are there and available to unload the ships, then obviously you can't get needed goods and whatnot and supplies to the people that make goods here in the United States of America. Randall, thank you for the call. There needs to be good faith negotiation. Where's Joe Biden been on this? I don't know. On the beach? That's where he was over the weekend while people were dying in North Carolina. He was at Rehoboth Beach. While people were dying in Georgia, he was at Rehoboth Beach. And, you know, sadly, many of those people who are suffering and not seeing any sort of compassion or empathy for their plight, sadly, those people are planning on voting for Kamala Harris, who doesn't give a rip about them. Kamala Harris last evening, did you see this? She was, this was Kamala Harris last night. She was being briefed by the Federal Emergency Management Agency on what has been described as the botched hurricane response. And the press just wanted her to answer a couple of questions. This sounds like a bunch of nonsense, but understand what it is. It's Kamala Harris sitting at the head of the table at the Federal Emergency Management Agency. I suppose she is now acting president, and she's acting like our current president by doing this.
Thank you. Come on, this way. Let's go. This way. Right this way, everybody. Thank you very much. Is this being closed? This way. Thank you. Come as well, right? Briefing here. This way. This way.
Thanks so much.
This way.
I'm heading out this way.
Folks, this way.
All right, so I play that for you. You get the little atmosphere there. There's a lot of press assembled there at first, or like, Madam Vice President. She's just sitting there at the table silently with her hands crossed, smiling. Why can't you answer questions from the press about this incredibly important issue, ma'am? Do we not expect, forget Donald Trump for a minute, do we not expect more from our leaders? The Vice President of the United States of America. There's a major situation going on, and agents of the public, and that's what the press ought to be known as, agents of the public, are trying to get some answers from the president and the vice president, and they just get silence. They get smiles. In the meantime, you've got that going on with Hurricane Helene and the absent or the response that leaves a little something to be desired from the Federal Emergency Management Agency. You've got the port workers now on strike with no end in sight there, and nobody in the Biden administration seems to care. I haven't seen Pete Buttigieg. You know, the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, says, oh, you need to talk to Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg is absent. You know why Pete Buttigieg is absent, by the way? You know why? While he should have. So think about this for a moment. I'm going to connect a couple of dots here, folks. This will piss you off, and it should. You have 45,000 dock workers that have now gone on strike, threatening the supply chain in the United States of America, threatening our economy, costing us $5 billion a year. Or a day, pardon me. That's what the report said. $5 billion a day from Maine to Texas, all ports shut down. And when asked about it, as I played last hour, the Commerce Secretary, Gina Raimondo, says this. I'm going to play it for you again because you need to understand this.
If we go into the strike, and what do you know about it?
It's not a secret that this would be, depending on how long it lasts, could be incredibly disruptive to commerce. Again, I have not been very focused on that. I would refer you to the White House or the Transportation Secretary. As I said, I haven't been particularly involved.
Okay, that's the Commerce Secretary. I've not been involved. I would refer you to the Transportation Secretary. Now, Sammy, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here. I know you've got a lot of things going on in there. Would you care to guess where the Transportation Secretary's been? It's not on vacation.
I'm going to guess not around, though.
He's hard at work acting as a fill-in for J.D. Vance while Tim Walz does debate prep for the vice presidential debate tonight. So for the last several days, The transportation secretary has been acting as Tim Walz's debate partner, J.D. Vance, in his debate prep. Instead of doing his job and going to the port workers and negotiating a deal, so the Commerce Secretary says, you need to talk to the Transportation Secretary or the White House. The White House is at the beach, and the Transportation Secretary is too busy playing debate with the wannabe Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz. Y'all see how this is going? Y'all see what happens when people who aren't ready for prime time take over control? The world blows up. It's 1:21 on Super Talk.
Hamas is praising Iranian missiles on Israel, or rather at Israel, I should say. I think that dome is working. We'll tell you more about it in a comprehensive report at 1:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much. Mr. Ken Weaver is busy in the newsroom. Matt Murphy busy in the studios. Sammy Kincaid is producing the show. She's right between us, between those two rooms. There's the News Central closet, and then there's the Palatial Studios, and you're in between. Your calls as well, 615-737-9986. It's an incredibly busy news day. We got 5 weeks to go, folks. 5 weeks before Election Day. I feel it upon my heart to talk to a few of you that maybe are still concerned about Donald Trump. Now, I understand that for those liberals out there in the audience, and they're a portion of our audience, I don't know how big, liberals can't handle the truth, so oftentimes they run away from a show like mine. But they're out there, and I see them on the membersnutrition.com super text line, and I see them emailing me occasionally, and every once in a while we get one to call us. These are serious times. These are serious times. China is currently engaging in an economic war against the United States of America, and they're doing everything in their power to win it, including creating bioweapons to be used against the world when they determine it's time, and in some cases, maybe when they accidentally release it upon the world, if you know what I'm saying. You've got the Iranians and other actors in the Middle East emboldened over the lack of, or at least the perceived lack of leadership in the United States of America with regard to their activities against Israel. Hamas got permission from Iran to attack Israel last year. Y'all know that, right? These things are not acting in a vacuum. You think they're acting in a vacuum? You think they don't have the supreme leader's thumbs up when they kill Israeli citizens? You don't think that Iran is controlling all of this? The same Iran that was given billions and billions of dollars under the Biden administration. They were given access. Oh, we're going to release that. It's the right thing to do, we were told by our stupid Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken. Look, you want to know what our current administration's response to all of this is? Here it is.
What is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran?
Don't.
What's the message to Iran?
Don't.
It was very important to send a very clear message to anyone who might seek to take advantage of the conflict in Gaza to threaten our personnel here or anywhere else in the region. Don't do it.
Maybe they should say don't again. Apparently, somebody didn't hear them the first time because obviously this is going to work, right?
What is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran?
Don't.
Well, they did. And where are you? Let's tune in for a briefing with the White House press secretary. Oh, looky here. We will begin shortly. Press briefing by Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre was scheduled to begin some 30 minutes ago, and it has been delayed. I wonder why. Jackson, you'll come right after Jerry in Greenbrier. Hello, Jerry. Hope you're well. Hey, Jerry. Hello, Newman. No? All right, I'm going to put him back on hold because I think he's there. I'm not sure. Jackson, Hey, Jackson, what's going on, man?
Hey, man, I was calling about what's going on with the country and stuff, and why they are not, the president and them has not got up there and trying to do something, make a speech to let everybody know. And one other thing I was wondering is why every time that they want to try to, on our bill, balance our bill, and they have to do it by a month or two or to try to balance the bill, and then they turn around and give these other countries millions and billions of dollars, and they can't even balance our budget.
It baffles me why we continue to give billions of dollars from the United States Treasury when we remain $35 trillion in debt. It is not a sustainable plan. You are burying this country. You are destroying this country, if not tomorrow, if not next week. I mean, oh, yeah, I hear that. That dog agrees with me, Jackson.
Yeah, my dog here, it agreed with you 100%.
I heard him. What's your dog's name?
It's Patsy. That's my neighbor's dog.
Taxi?
Yeah.
Like a taxi cab?
Patsy.
Oh, Patsy.
Yes, and she agrees with you 100%.
Jackson, Patsy has more sense than the President of the United States of America.
Patsy has more sense than the President of the United States. Sounds like a winner to me.
I vote Patsy for president. Thanks, Jackson. I got to run. I got to get the news. I'm late. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$1:31 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes, but first let's get to the very latest. Iran attacks Israel.
A barrage of missile strikes described as retaliatory from Iran against Israel today. The first missile strikes happening over the last hour and a half, with ABC News learning more than 200 ballistic missiles in 2 waves were expected to drop on Israeli air bases and an intelligence base north of Tel Aviv. Sirens are blaring, alerting residents to take cover or shelter in place. ABC's Matt Gutman says Israel seems prepared with some intelligence help from the U.S.
The intelligence apparatus is working very well. I would say that their success, according to them, has been unprecedented. It's unclear what they might have in store for Iran. But what has been quite obvious over the past weeks and months is that they have been able to infiltrate the Iranian intelligence system and the government as well.
A counter response is expected and has been threatened by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Yeah, the White House says President Biden and Vice President Harris are monitoring the Iranian attack against Israel from the Situation Room and receiving regular updates from their national security team. Hurricane Helene update. Governor Lee requesting an expedited major disaster declaration for the 9 easternmost counties impacted. These counties have started establishing donation centers for the list of needs. Go to Tennessee.gov and navigate to TEMA. State Department of Health says 6 people confirmed dead, at least 100 unaccounted for. Meanwhile, the Daily Wire is reporting that conservative activist and former Tennessee candidate for Congress Robbie Starbuck announced on X he's working with a couple of state representatives from the easternmost counties to make sure supplies get to those who need it most. And they have 10 Starlinks on the way. Starbuck posted a list of the needs and an address to ship them to, which we have posted to our social media. That is the latest news. Weather's next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Occasionally, you might find one of these on your door. Now, if you're not watching me on Super Talk TV, you're like, what are you holding? I'm holding a flyer that involves U.S. Pest and U.S. Pest protection and pest control in your home. The purpose of pest control is quite simple. It is to prevent insects and the diseases that they bring with them, rodents and the diseases that they bring with them. It's to protect the health of your family, your pets, and everyone on your property. And you do that through full-service pest control with U.S. Pest. U.S. Pest is simply the best. Now, I love the fact that J.K. and Erica are great American patriots, and they are. I love the fact that J.K. and Erica believe in their country so much, they fly the American flag over their billboards. You see them around town. I love all of these things about them. But I would not recommend them if they were not really good at eliminating pets pests from your home. Not pets, pests from your home. Easy for me to say. It's U.S. Pest. Give them a call today at 590-1260. That's 590-1260. Or go online to uspest.com. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to the one and only U.S. Pest. Super Talk 99.7 WTN 138. More of your calls on the way. It's the Matt Murphy Radio Show on Super Talk. Happy to be with you. We're excited about our vice presidential debate watch party tonight. That is starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon. The Drive with Brian Wilson cranks us up. And invariably, as Brian always tells you, folks start showing up early, and I invite you to do that. It should be a packed house tonight. Now, Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. Let me go over a little bit of this real quick. So Hop Springs is a huge location. They've got a lot of libations, both alcoholic and non-alcoholic in nature. They have – can you have a non-alcoholic libation? Would you – hey, Sammy Kincaid, would you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Would you look up libation in your Funkin' Wagnalls over there and let me know what it says? And just alert me when you've got it pulled up. So anyway – Hop Springs, big location. There are like two main setups. There's the big stage setup. We'll be there. Brian will be set up on the main stage. The rest of the gang will join him. I have it on good authority that Dan Mandis, Peepaw himself, fresh off of his daughter's hold on. How do I say this? His daughter gave birth, so Dan Mandis is a grandpa. He was out of pocket for the last couple of days, but he'll be back for the debate party tonight. Which is a blessing for all of us, and it's a blessing that mama's fine, baby's fine, everybody's fine, grandpa's fine, little tears, I'm sure. We'll talk to him about that tonight. But we'll all be there on the main stage, and we'll be set up. Brian will do the normal show from 3 until 6, and plenty to talk about. And then, of course, we all join in at around 6 o'clock, and we carry you right to the debate at 8. Fox Nation, our good friends at Fox Nation will be there. I happen to know who'll be on the big stage at Fox Nation, but I'm not supposed to say. So I won't. But I know that I've talked to at least two of these folks. I think Brian might talk to one of these guys from time to time on his show weekly. But I am not going to say who, Pete Hegseth. Anyway, so That's who I hear will be there. They'll be on one side of the big facility. We'll be on the other side. There are outdoor activities going on. There's an outdoor space where you can listen to the debate and, get your lawn chairs and whatnot. So you're invited to be a part of the big events. How do you, what's the definition of libation?
The definition of libation is a drink poured out as an offering to a deity. So I guess it technically doesn't have to be alcoholic, but.
A deity?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
I never knew that was a component to libation. I think in common parlance. Okay, so I don't think it has to be alcoholic then.
No.
Well, there you go. So anything you want, they got it for you. There'll be food trucks available for you, and there will be plenty of folks. So come on out and see us. Plenty of room, plenty of space. You're invited tonight, Hop Springs. It all cranks up at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the action really gets going at about 6 o'clock, and you're invited. 41 minutes after the hour. So just want to make sure that we understand where we're coming from when it comes to Kamala Harris. And, oh, by the way, Antonio Guterres, you know who that is? The Secretary General of the United Nations, condemns the broadening of the Middle East conflict with escalation after escalation. It must stop. We absolutely need a ceasefire, he says. Well, that's fine. I'm all for a ceasefire. Once all the terrorists are dead and once Iran stops attacking other people, we'll get a ceasefire. Just as a reminder, when we had a president like Donald J. Trump in charge, he would speak directly to the people of Iran, directly to the leadership of Iran. For example, December 23rd, 2020, some friendly health advice to Iran. If one American is killed, I will hold Iran responsible. Think it over. If Iran wants to fight, that will be the official end of Iran. Never threaten the United States of America again. Any attack by Iran in any form against the United States will be met with an attack on Iran that will be 1,000 times greater in magnitude. That is a real president of the United States of America speaking tough to nations trying to act tough against us and our allies in the Middle East. Troy is next up. Troy, thank you for the call. How are you?
Doing good. How about yourself?
I'm well, thank you.
So, you call me crazy what you want, but I just think all this is coming line together. I think it's planned. I think that's why I'm going to refer to our president and vice president as dumb and dumber. But I believe that all this is planned. That's why they're not too worried about it. They're sit back, they're relaxed.
Hey, Troy.
For rapid
Hey, Troy, Troy, to add to the conspiracy theory, your phone cut out there right in the meat of the conspiracy theory. So back up and kind of start over. What's your theory?
Okay. So I think it was all planned. I think that's why our dumb and dumber is not worried about it. My son is active military, special forces. They were told 2 weeks ago to be ready for rapid deployment. I think that all the flooding, I believe they helped them dams break and overflow. I know we had a hurricane come in, but I mean, our government controls the water there. My brother works for AT&T and Verizon. They've all been put on no work on cell phone towers till after the election. It's everybody's saying that they're going to knock out our communications. They've shut down all of our ports. I just think it's all. I think it's all for a reason. I really think that 4 or 5 weeks to election, I think things are going to get crazy, and I hope America's ready for it.
So Troy, your theory is all of these things are interconnected.
I would say so, yeah.
Help me understand how all of this happening in the Middle East, and I get the theory about the hurricane. The theory involves controlling the path of the hurricane so it goes into battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina so that you knock enough people offline. They're unable to vote. They are unable to find a polling. I mean, I get that theory. I don't believe that we controlled the path of the hurricane, but I understand the theory. How does it connect with Iran again, and how does the Iranian angle benefit this administration?
So here shortly, we'll be sending all of our troops over there. We got election coming up. We're sending all of our troops over there. They're taking all of our National Guards are going to be deployed doing stuff. Our troops are going to be over there. We've allowed all these immigrants to come over here, and, our gun control is so amazing here, that they need to fix it. But yet all these immigrants, look at the ones in Aurora, Colorado, they're already got assault rifles. So they're ready. I just think that when election comes, I think it's coming soon. That it's
okay. So, which you said a minute ago, Troy, and I'm just trying to understand you. You said that they helped the dams break. Which dams broke?
I mean, you don't think the government has anything to do with the water control going down the dams?
Which dams broke?
They breached.
Which dams broke or breached?
All the ones in over in East Tennessee, there are 4 dams breached.
Yeah,
5 bridges busted.
Right. I understand that bridges came down, and I understand that water came over the top of the dam, but no dams failed.
They didn't fail. They didn't hold the water back. They didn't release it the way they should.
All right. So why do you bother moving forward if the fix is all in? I mean,
as the people, what can we do? We're stuck. We don't have.
Well, if you believe that our government of the United States of America coordinated with Iran on this strike against Israel, if you believe our government of the United States of America caused the hurricane to go over the area that the hurricane went over and created the natural disaster as a way to win the election. If you believe those things, Troy, I would just encourage you to check out of the news, because there's no way we can beat that.
I mean, you don't think that the United States funded Iran with military weapons of destruction? You don't think that maybe that they're playing both ends against the middle, playing both sides of it, acting like we're Israeli friends, but yet supplying third world countries with arsenals to destroy them? You never heard Jesse Ventura's conspiracy theory where the government was going over the air and putting pollutants in the air that knocked flying airplanes out in the air, that drop chemicals?
Troy, I want you to listen. A lot of times it's difficult for conspiracy theorists to listen. And I'm trying to listen to you, and I'm trying to be respectful of you, and I hope that I am being. Right. But I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to me for a second. I want you to listen to what I say, and I want you to respond to what I say. You ready?
Okay, yep.
If everything is a conspiracy theory, then what's not true?
Can't believe anything nowadays, just to be honest with you.
No, you believe everything. That's
no,
the point.
Troy,
yes, you do. You believe we're Troy, don't back off. Don't back off on it now. You believe that we're in cahoots. Troy, you believe we're in cahoots with Iran. You believe we're controlling the weather. You believe we're seeding the clouds. Yeah, I mean, what hope? Who's controlling all of this? The New World Order, Klaus Schwab or whatever his name is from the World Economic Forum. Who's the control? George Soros. Who's controlling all this?
Somebody, Democrats, probably.
You don't have any idea. You have a lot of ideas.
It's just funny how it's all coming together. I could care less if it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden. I'm all against our government, period.
Really? The proper phrase is Troy, the proper phrase is I couldn't care less. If you could care less, that means you care. I don't think you're saying that right. The proper phrase is I couldn't care less. You couldn't care less whether it's Donald Trump or Joe Biden?
Joe
Biden is not currently
for what he does for the country. Hold on, I like Donald Trump for what he does for our country.
Okay.
As a person, he's very arrogant.
Yeah, that's true. That's
you know
true.
what I'm saying? And that's my thing against him. As a businessman and what he does for our country, I love it. But either way, I think our government is so in cahoots against our people that,
is Donald Trump in on it? Is Donald Trump in on it?
No.
Well, he was president for 4 years. How could he not be in on it?
But he changed a lot of it.
How did he get elected president if he's not in on it?
The people actually probably voted then. I don't know. I can't answer off. I'm just saying it's kind of funny how all this stuff is starting to line up. And our government won't even go in and help our own side of the eastern side of our United States that's in dire help for us right now. And they're sitting out there on vacations like it ain't nothing. You know,
I don't
and
disagree
you
with
got all
that.
these
I mean, Troy,
immigrants coming in here.
there's a lot of awful happening in the United States right now.
I know.
A lot
I
of
agree
awful.
with you. And I love what y'all do, and I love the point that y'all try to get to. I just think it's beyond fixable. I think it's gotten so bad that
Well, if it's
there's
beyond,
nothing
if
we
it,
can do about
well, here's the thing, Troy. If it's beyond fixable, I got to go find another line of work because I'm not going to sit here and spin my wheels if it's beyond fixable. I got too much. I mean, if I think it's beyond fixable, then I'm out, and I don't understand why you're in if you believe it's beyond fixable.
Number one, I have no say so in it. None. I can't even vote. Just to be honest with you. So I mean. But I'm still an American. I'm still a person. I still live in this world. You know, I still see what's going on. I still have kids to feed. I have grandkids to feed. I have grandchildren to raise. You know, but, I mean, I was wrongfully convicted and sent to prison for 15 years over some stupid crap. So I don't have that. So I don't have that right to vote. But I can sit back. I can see what's going on. I can have my opinion about it.
Troy, I would ask you if you have the time to hit me up on some platform like an email or the text line or some way that we can get in communication because I can help facilitate beginning the process to get you the right to vote back. If you want the right to vote.
I do want the right to vote.
Well, I mean, you know there's a way to get that back.
Yes and no.
What does that mean?
No.
What does that mean? Yes.
I mean, I've tried once and I was denied it. And trust me, I don't have a violent crime.
Okay.
No murder, no guns involved. I'm not a rapist or, you know, nothing like that.
What did they wrongfully convict you of?
I got sentenced to 15 years over stolen riding lawnmower, bro. The same thing that somebody in Minnesota would have got sentenced to 90 days for.
How long did you serve?
6 years, 8 months.
For stealing lawnmowers?
I didn't even steal it. I just had possession of it. It was received stolen property.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Troy, hit me up. I'd love to help you out. I don't necessarily know that I want you voting, but I'm willing to help you out because I believe in a restoration of voting rights after one serves their time, particularly for nonviolent offenses like receiving stolen property. It's 52 after the hour. Thank you for the conversation. I was trying to be nice to this guy. People are saying that I'm being a jerk. I was trying to be. I mean, I don't think Troy lives in this world, but I mean that's cool. I mean, to each their own. Everybody's an American. Everybody's got a couple of elbows and everybody's got a bunch of opinions. So unless you only have one arm, in which case that analogy doesn't apply to you. It's 52 after the hour on Super Talk. Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy for the Dr. Poss Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. They continue to grow with Dr. Brian McLaughlin coming on with the same exceptional credentials and experience as Dr. Stephen Poss. They're serving Middle Tennessee even better than before. Now, for those who cannot wear a CPAP machine, if you've been diagnosed with sleep apnea or if you're concerned about sleep apnea, it's time to get with their FDA-approved oral device that gently supports your jaw to help you able to breathe better, snore less without any hose and any mask. I know I wear my device nightly because I have mild sleep apnea. Fall's approaching and a lot of people have made their deductibles. That means that it's even less out of your pocket for BCBS, Aetna, Cigna, United Healthcare, and Medicare recipients. Also, they're a preferred provider with TRICARE for the military. So contact Dr. Poss or Dr. McLaughlin and go see the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. 2 locations, Brentwood and Murfreesboro. Go to drposs.com, drposs.com.
The White House says it is monitoring Iran's attack on Israel minute by minute. We've got a full report coming up at 2 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
And that is in mere seconds coming up on the Matt Murphy Radio Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We appreciate you being with us. An incredibly busy day. Vice presidential debate coming up tonight. Iran is attacking Israel as we speak. Rockets landing in Tel Aviv and otherwise. We've got port workers striking. We've got the aftermath of Helene. That's all on the docket for the final hour, and we'll hand off to Brian Wilson at 3 o'clock. And I think we got Jerry on the line. Is Jerry on the line? We'll find out together. You know, I don't know if Jerry was missing previous, but we've still got him on hold there. So we'll do news now, and we'll come back for another hour of The Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 2 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast in 5 minutes. And Israel says Iran launched what it calls the largest ballistic missile attack in its history.
A wave of missiles launched by Iran targeting Israel in retaliation for the death of Hezbollah's leader in Lebanon last week. Earlier, air sirens sounded across Israel and residents sheltered in safe rooms. Israeli forces say there appears to be no additional threats detected by Iran at this moment. Israel says it will respond, and the U.S. has also readied resources in the region. ABC's Mary Bruce has more.
We have heard from a White House official earlier today saying that a direct military attack from Iran against Israel will carry severe consequences for Iran. What exactly that looks like, we still do not know. The president, in the days leading up to this, has been calling for a ceasefire, saying that while an all-out war is possible, the president was adamant we really have to avoid it.
Israel's forces says most missiles were intercepted with Israel's air defense systems, but some were not intercepted. No word yet on injuries.
That's Michelle Franzen reporting. Iran now saying Israel will face crushing attacks if it retaliates. Super Talk 99.7 WTN Nashville News Time, 2:01. Hurricane Helene update. Much needed help making its way to survivors in the easternmost counties of Tennessee. Donation centers being set up in those counties. There's 9 of them. Officials ask that you check the TEMA website for those needs lists. That is TEMA. Meanwhile, conservative activist Robbie Starbuck announced on X he's working with a couple of state representatives from the region and has secured 10 Starlinks, which will provide internet service. He's also organized a donations list and an address in order to ship the donations to. We have provided that on our social media. Big port strike underway along the east and Gulf Coast that could impact goods to services and raise prices ahead of the holiday season. Dock workers in Houston chanting, "Fight automation, save jobs." They also want wage increases. The International Longshoremen's Association and the United States Maritime Alliance are still far apart. And in entertainment news, one of my favorite TV dads has passed away. Actor John Amos, best known for playing John Evans Sr. on the hit CBS sitcom Good Times, has passed away. He was 84. He was also the owner of McDowell's and Eddie Murphy's Coming to America. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN, Hendersonville, Nashville. Thank you for being there. It is 7 minutes after the hour. My name is Matt Murphy, and this is our last hour together for the official Matt Murphy Show. I'll be back along at about 6 o'clock or thereabouts. Brian Wilson getting ready. The Drive broadcasting from Hop Springs tonight. Fox Nation, our buddies at Fox Nation will be out and about. So you need to get out and be present and accounted for, because what's going to happen tonight, by the way, and by the way, Matt Murphy's show starts at noon, lasts till 3. The Drive after that until 7 normally, but tonight we'll have extended coverage leading up to the vice presidential debate, which is happening at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. For us, our debate watch party, I mean, it's happening all over the country, but for our debate watch party, it's in Hop Springs and Murfreesboro. So we have had a big crowd in June for the Murfreesboro event, and we appreciate you. We need something even bigger and more robust for this vice presidential debate. Number one, it is likely to be the last time that we see the two tickets on stage together, either in the form of Harris and Trump or, in this case, Vance Walz. Number two, the world's on fire. And one wonders how the two candidates, or the two running mates in this case, will handle what seems to be the world on fire. Natural disasters, workers' strikes, inflation through the roof, energy crisis on the horizon, and, of course, what's going on in the Middle East. We want you there secondarily because, you know, our friends are coming to the party. So dress nice, because we've got visitors coming, as Fox Nation will be a part of our party at Hop Springs. They're going to be out and about, asking questions of the listening audience, getting reaction to the debate, etc. So you're invited to participate in that, be a part of that, and we'd love to see you. Action starts at around 3. Brian Wilson will be there doing his show until 6. The whole gang will join in. Even Peepaw Mandis himself will make an appearance tonight, as he is back in town, I'm told. Dan Mandis back in the house after the birth of his grandchild. I guess that was yesterday. So yours truly, Chris Hand, Dan Mandis, Ken Weaver's going to be out and about. We love to see that. Who knows who might stop by. Plus, of course, Brian Wilson and his show, and the gang from Fox Nation. It's my understanding that we might have a Morgan Ortega's appearance. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know who you might see on the Fox Nation set, although you might see yours truly on the Fox Nation set after the debate. They've been asked for, or they have asked for, local reaction, and if I'm able to speak by that time, I'll do so tonight on Fox Nation. So a lot of fun to be had tonight. A lot of fun. I say fun. There's a lot of heavy issues that will be discussed. And speaking of heavy, anyone notice we've had a rash? I predicted this 20 years ago, okay? And maybe it's been going on like this for some amount of time, but 20 years ago, I said there will come a time where we will not have a week go by without some famous person in some genre of entertainment or politics, or a known person across this country and potentially the globe will pass away. And we've seen a rash of that happening over the last week. You had Chris Christopherson pass away. Pete Rose passed away yesterday at the age of 83, the greatest hitter in baseball history, in my opinion. And obviously, he has more hits than anybody on planet Earth in Major League Baseball. John Amos died. If you don't know who John Amos is, he was on Good Times. He was the father on Good Times. He was in Beastmaster, which was a favorite of mine when I was growing up as a kid, because I had Cinemax, and Beastmaster was on Cinemax constantly. He starred, there was another movie that he was in. It was like a Disney film where they brought like Tarzan to go into some athletic program somewhere, and he was the coach of the athletic program. He was, of course, he was McDowell in Coming to America.
Yeah, he owned McDowell's.
See, they have... Hey, Ken Weaver?
Son, if you're going to work here, you're going to have to stay off the drugs.
No. They have the Golden Arches. We have the Golden Arcs. But yours is the better look. Son, if you're going to work here, you're going to have to stay off the drugs. Louis Anderson, right now I'm washing the lettuce.
Next week, I'll be on fries.
That's exactly. Such a good movie. John Amos passed away at the age of, I think, 84. 84. If I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, it was just and he was, of course, in Roots. A lot of folks. He was Kunta Kinte in Roots.
Do you know that he was the sports reporter? He was the sports guy in the Mary Tyler Moore Show.
What?
Yes.
No clue that he was. That's incredible.
Yeah. I'm showing my age, Brother Murphy.
Oh, I love it. And everyone's telling me that the movie that I was thinking of, and I watched this, for a brief second or two, I think we had like free access to the Disney Channel when it first came on for a while in my childhood.
Yeah.
And the movie I'm thinking of was called The World's Greatest Athlete. And I think it was John Amos was the coach, and he was on safari or something or another, if I'm remembering correctly. And they found this guy in the middle of nowhere, and they brought him back. Jan Michael Vincent was the world's greatest athlete, and it was a hoot. I remember when I was a kid. And then Dikembe Mutombo died as well.
That's right.
In his 50s.
Yeah.
That's that ought to be a no.
Yeah.
No. Remember, that's what he did. Kid. No.
None.
He would block. Remember, he would block a ball, and then he would look at them and go, no. So just a rash, and I don't know why it hits harder than all of these, but Frank with American Pickers. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Mike and Frank, and Mike I know lives. I want to say he lives in Columbia, Tennessee.
I'm pretty sure.
I think that's right, but they may have had a split some years ago or something or another happened, and then Frank fell on poor health, and Frank from American Pickers and Antique Archaeology died as well. So just a lot of...
Pete Rose yesterday.
Yeah, Pete Rose died yesterday. I mean, come on. Charlie Hustle?
That's
What are you
Charlie
talking
Hustle,
about?
dude. Charlie Hustle.
I don't know if you saw this on the old social media there, Ken Weaver. You probably stay off that stuff. It's a bad place. It's a cesspool full of just nonsense and awfulness. But I took a picture of that I'd seen up of him diving. You know how you do those headfirst dives?
Yeah.
Into second base, into third base.
Yeah.
At home. And I took a picture of one of those dives and his helmet's coming off, and it was just one of those moments in time. Iconic figure. And I said, here we see the late, great Pete Rose stumbling before getting to the pay window. Because of the gambling thing. I thought it was decent, and I got a guy all mad at me, that you're classless, it's too soon, how dare you? And I'm like, look, buddy, I didn't kill him. I'm not keeping him out of the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And I sure never placed a bet for him, so you need to lay off. I didn't do any of this. I mean, Ken Weaver, I know you just do the news. I'm not trying
do the news, Brother Murphy.
I'm not dragging you into this, but I am going to ask the question.
Okay.
Pete Rose, get him in the Hall?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I mean,
absolutely, man. He's still got what's he got? Like at least 3 of the all-time records?
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, the hits
bases
record
stolen.
alone.
I think is it bases stolen?
No, it's not bases stolen. I think that's Ricky Henderson, if I'm not mistaken.
That's Ricky Henderson. Base hits,
I'm pretty sure
I think.
games won.
Yeah, base hits, at-bats. I think he has more at-bats than anybody in history, and consequently more base hits. And I think you might be right, Sammy. Games won. He won more games as a player than any other player in Major League history. I believe that's right.
All right, here we go. All-time leader in hits, 4,256.
There you go.
At-bats, 14,053.
Wow.
Games played, 3,562. And singles, when a batter reaches first base after hitting the ball, 3,215.
Love it. Absolutely love it. And played the game at a speed, a constant 100% all the time. Even in the All-Star game, there's that famous moment. What was the guy's name? The catcher was named Fosse, I think.
I don't know, brother.
He was, it's an all-star game, Ken. It did not count for anything other than pride when Pete Rose was trying to score from second base, and he decided to run over the guy. I mean, he hit him with his elbow. Bam!
Oh, yeah.
Get out of my way. Dude dropped the ball, too. So, he's clearly one of the greatest players of all time. Did he bet on baseball? Yes, he bet on baseball.
Yeah.
Did he bet against his team? No, he never bet against his team. There's zero evidence that he ever bet against the Cincinnati Reds. And I think had he bet against the Reds Had he bet against the team he was managing, I would say then you don't put him in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Because then that indicates to me that you were managing to lose.
Yes.
Right? But he never did that. He bet for his team. He bet on his team to win, and I don't. In this day and age, let's get him in the Hall of Fame. Come on. I mean, I loved the way he signed baseballs right before he died. He would charge to sign baseballs because the guy's got to make a living. But he would say, what was it, 4,256 hits?
Yeah.
I own a baseball signed by him, and it says, "Sorry, I bet on baseball."
Does it really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Way to go, Sammy.
Oh, wow, Sammy. Did you have to pay for it?
I did. It was a silent auction.
Okay.
So, but
All right.
it
Still,
proudly sits in my office.
That's
home.
awesome.
That's the way to go.
A lot of the signatures that he would put on there is, he said, hits, 4,256. Steroids, 0. That's what he would sign after the steroid era.
He didn't need steroids, man. He was a big old boy.
No, he was a big dude. He was a bulky guy, just a big old bowling ball. And it was Ray Fosse. Thank you for all
Ray
of you
Fosse.
reminding me of that. Okay, 18 after the hour. Many of your calls on the way. I would remind you, and thank you, Sammy, for this story. The Tennessee National Guard is beginning their first leg of a year-long deployment in the Middle East. This happened on the 28th of September. More than 700 soldiers from the 278th Armored Cavalry Regiment, their 2nd Squadron, traveled to Fort Bliss, Texas, for a few weeks of additional training before flying to Kuwait. We're thinking about those men and women in service to our country right now, particularly given what is going on over there. The Pentagon is currently briefing the United States of America on the issue, saying that Iran has fired about 200 ballistic missiles at Israel and the surrounding areas, and we don't know how many of those have been intercepted by the Iron Dome and how many have managed to leak through. But hey, do you have you've got us on over there. Hey, Sammy, do you know how to get us jip us the live press conference that's going on right now? Can we get just a second or two of that? You do it from the television feed. You know how to do that?
I don't, but I can figure it. I think I figured it out.
Okay, tell me if you've figured it out. There we go. There you go. You're listening to Major General Pat Ryder, Pentagon Press Secretary.
into a wider regional conflict, but we understand again that what Israel is doing are limited operations to destroy that attack infrastructure and then enable citizens on both sides of the border to return home. Ultimately, at the end of the day, we do think that a diplomatic resolution is the only way to achieve lasting stability and security across the Israel-Lebanon border. So, we're going to.
All right, this press conference ongoing with Major General Pat Ryder, the Pentagon press secretary. We'll continue to monitor this. Iran has fired about 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. The Iron Dome, very successful as it always is in intercepting many of those missiles. We'll continue to monitor. In a moment, we will talk to Gary, who's been patiently holding. David, Tim wants to play devil's advocate with me for a moment. And several of you are suggesting that maybe Pete Rose shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame because, action should have consequences. I'll respond to that in just a moment. It's 23 after the hour on Super Talk. Obviously, in the United States of America, we live in the rule of law. And if you violate the law and if you violate the rights of others, you have to be punished. And sometimes that involves time in prison. But what happens when these men, they go into prison, get out? Oftentimes they go back. Sadly, they learn from their experience in prison as to how to be better criminals as opposed to better citizens. What if I told you there was a wonderful organization that I'm so proud to be a part of, Men of Valor? We talk about them a lot. Men of Valor goes into those prison situations. They sit down with the men, some of whom have become, sadly, career criminals, and they talk to them about their lives and becoming better and more productive members of society. They talk to them about faith. They talk to them about the ultimate reward, not just on this planet and in this life, but in the next. Men of Valor needs you. They need money, sure. They are a charitable organization looking to affect men's lives and men's hearts, but they also need partners, job partners, Bible study teachers, mentors that can disciple men in their everyday lives and help them achieve a level of success that they never had in their minds. They never thought it was possible. Men of Valor, go to movministry.com. That's movministry.com. They brought Tim Tebow into town. There's a big event happening tonight for those guys. And I believe tomorrow night in Knoxville as well. So proud to be affiliated with this wonderful organization. Go to movministry.com.
We'll tell you what the Pentagon just said about Iran's attack on Israel in a full report coming up at 2:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much, Mr. Ken Weaver. 28 minutes after the hour right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Just a quick side note, because I don't want to get off on a squirrel conversation. But there are several of you that are like, well, Pete Rose ended Ray Fosse's career. Well, he did injure him. There were no initial – I just looked this up. There were no initial injuries indicated in the x-rays taken, but later on it was determined that he had separated his shoulder and it had reset incorrectly. But Fosse played for like 7 more years after that, so it did not end Ray Fosse's career, although Pete Rose at the time – this was before I was born, so don't – I'm not an expert in any of this, but Pete Rose was widely criticized at the time at being overly aggressive during a game that really had no ramifications other than winners and losers for the All-Star teams. But several of you are questioning, wow, Murphy, you don't believe action should have consequences? I believe that they did. Pete Rose bet on baseball. He was banned from managing baseball. He was banned from being associated with baseball for the rest of his life, and his life is now over. He never lived as a Hall of Famer, although obviously he was a Hall of Famer. So I think you put him in the Hall of Fame. And if you want to put a plaque up and include the consequences of his actions from betting on baseball as a part of his honor, that's fine. Tell the full story. I don't have a problem with that. I hope you tell the full story of Ty Cobb, too. I hope you tell the full story of some of these other players back in the day, because some of them were not very good human beings either. So there you go. There's our Pete Rose talk. Gary has been holding far too long. Gary, thank you for your patience. I'm glad you got back with us. What's up, man?
Not a problem. I've retired from the military and also retired from Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, so I have a big background, years in emergency response, 54 exercises and/or real-world events. I know the National Response Plan, everything to do with response planning exercises for disasters, man-made and or natural. And when I looked at that FEMA briefing, it was yesterday or day before, there was been a couple, I looked at that, it looked like a DEI third world gathering. I couldn't believe it. There wasn't really a serious face in there. People were smiling, laughing. That's not the atmosphere of serious response for a major disaster. And I belong to the #1 state emergency management agency, retired in 2012. But I tell you, I looked at that, and that's not the FEMA I remember. The FEMA I remember was #1 A1.
Well, I mean, I understand what you're saying completely, Gary, and I do believe that we need some organizational structure in these areas that need maximum help, obviously. What frustrates me more than anything is I'm hearing stories about FEMA preventing volunteers from getting to the areas that are most in need. And I hate to hear it, man, but I've had a lot of people based on our show yesterday, and I was planning on covering this a little more comprehensively today, and the situation in Iran caused us to switch gears right before the show started. But I'm hearing way too many stories of people trying to get to others to help them, and they're being prevented to do so, not necessarily by local officials, but by national officials, FEMA organized. And that needs to stop.
They're not pushing forward. They should have a push packet already in place before the storm hit. The locals ask for the help. The states do a declared emergency. The FEMA should be footprint-wise. All of it should be there within a couple of days, at least the lead elements. There should be response teams on the ground by now. Nothing should be halted. Everything should be forward and immediate.
Well spoken, Gary. I don't disagree with any of that. Now, listen, I think that we're placing far too much. I just have to tell. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll do this after the news. I got news, and I'm sorry, Ken. I've been late today, and there's a lot going on. You get it. It's 32 after the hour. We're going to get to Ken Weaver in the newscast on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast coming up in 5 minutes, and we've got a crash to tell you about right now. Going to be causing some problems there north of downtown. It is 65 southbound at Trinity Lane. You got the right shoulder blocked. Iran attacks Israel. Here's Derek Dennis.
A whopping 180 missiles fired towards Israel from Iran today in a dramatic escalation of the ongoing conflict between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah and Hamas. The Israeli Defense Force says its Iron Dome missile defense system is working, and they did get a heads up with the help of U.S. intelligence. Air raid sirens telling residents to take shelter. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu promising a response, but it's unclear whether the U.S. will get involved militarily.
We have a lot of troops stationed on ships, Iraq and Syria, and in drone bases. All of them, they are very nervous that these service members might be caught in the crosshairs. They, of course, want to also defend Israel and Israel's right to defend itself. They say that that is a very clear message.
ABC's Ann Flaherty in Washington. Separately, there's been a suspected terror attack at a commuter station in Tel Aviv. 6 people killed in a shooting.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon says it is not aware of any pre-warning by Iran before it sent ballistic missiles toward Israel. The press secretary, Major General Pat Ryder, asked if the U.S. would shoot back at Iran, said, if the U.S. is targeted, we'll take steps. Right now in the easternmost part of Tennessee.
There is a great deal of hope when you see what is behind the effort, the coordinated effort in this community to begin to rebuild.
That is Governor Lee giving his take after assessing the damage from and seeing the response to Hurricane Helene. 6 confirmed dead in East Tennessee, at least 100 still missing. Donation centers are being established in the most impacted counties. Bottled water is the most needed item, but officials ask that you check TEMA's website for each county's needs if you're going to donate. Additionally, a fund with the East Tennessee Foundation has been established for monetary donations at easttennesseefoundation.org. And we have posted an address and needs list from a conservative activist and former Tennessee congressional candidate Robbie Starbuck, who posted to X that he has at least 10 Starlinks headed toward East Tennessee where needed to provide internet service. We have reposted that to our social media platforms for the address and that list of donations needed for Robbie Starbuck's effort. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy, the Dr. Gill Center, located in Franklin and available to anyone within the sound of my voice, is welcoming you. For less than $50, they will get you in for an initial consultation and appointment. They'll sit down with you, Dr. Wendy, Dr. Dominic, Dr. V, one of their qualified chiropractic care specialists, and they'll talk to you about where it hurts, how long has it hurt, where is it spinal in nature, is it soft tissue in nature. They'll go over you as well. They'll give you that examination. They'll get some x-rays from you, and you will get your initial treatment. All of this happening for less than $50 at the Dr. Gill Center for Back, Neck, and Chronic Pain Relief in Franklin. Folks, it's as simple as this. If you're hurting, you need relief that doesn't come in the form of a pill. You don't need to continue to, if you're doing this, get shots to block the pain, and you certainly don't need to consider surgery unless it's the absolute last resort. It's time to get pain-free in a natural way with the Dr. Gill Center, and they can help. Not just a chiropractic care center, much, much more than that. So go to the Dr. Gill Center for Back, Neck, and Chronic Pain Relief. Here's the number, 615-882-4838. Tell them I sent you. I am not only a spokesperson, I am a patient of the Dr. Gill Center, and I am pain-free as a result. The number again, 615-882-4838. Call today. Man, oh man, over in eastern Tennessee, North Carolina, and Georgia, they are struggling with flood waters, and that's going to cause considerable damage to the foundation of a lot of homes, even homes that avoided the wind damage prior to the flood waters coming in. USS understands this. They understand how damaging natural disasters can be to a home or a structure. And with that in mind, I want you to have peace of mind. USS provides that for you. If you're concerned about waterproofing in your home, if you're concerned because you smell musty or moldy places in your basement or your crawl space, or perhaps you see standing water, these are signs that you have a waterproofing issue and you need to do something about it. Folks, water's incredible. Water's tenacious. Water will not stop unless you put up a barrier, a defense. It will get into your property. It's time to make sure that you're protected. Let's call USS, United Structural Systems. They've been doing this for 30 years, and they have over 25,000 satisfied customers. You could be next. USSTN.com. That's USSTN.com. Or call 615-488-7855, 488-78554. USS. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you to the best, to USS. All right, jumping on the phones here in a moment. We are aware there are a quick update. The 8 migrants, that's what we refer to them as, who have been caught looting. They are currently in jail, arrested by authorities in Washington County, Tennessee. That is up in the northeastern corner of Tennessee. I don't know what city, Washington. I mean, that's up in the Bristol, Johnson County area, or Johnson City area, but I don't know if that's specifically where it is. One way or the other, up there in the northeastern corner of the state, 8 individuals were arrested for looting, and there have been others that have been arrested, but these 8 all fit a particular description in as much as they are all obviously from south of the border. It was originally believed that perhaps they were illegally in the United States of America. The report is now that they are migrant workers who are in the country legally on work visas, according to a sheriff's spokesperson. See, the problem now is that instead of these individuals flooding the zone illegally, the Biden administration is putting them on airplanes and flying them into the country and handing them work visas. Y'all know that, right? They're jumping the line, claiming asylum, getting work visas. Did y'all know that we have immigrated almost 5% of the Haitian population? The entire Haitian population? By we, I mean the Biden administration, the Biden-Harris administration. Almost 5% of the Haitian population has come into the United States of America and have been dispersed in places like Sylacauga, Alabama, and, of course, Springfield, Ohio. Tim is next up on the show out of Franklin, and it says devil's advocate. And I love this, Tim. I'm anxious. I'm anticipatory. I like it. What's on your mind?
Well, now we've got nowhere to go but down.
Come on, man. Let's do it. I believe in you.
So I want to go back to your conversation with the conspiracy theory guy. Now,
okay.
I'm not an apologist for any of it, but I do know that people who believe those things there tends to be a lot of information behind that belief. Now, I don't know about the guy you were talking to, what his beliefs are based in, but I was curious why it's so, why so many conservatives, so many Republicans, so many of us, and I don't know that you really did this, but my devil's advocate point is, why is it so easy to dismiss the conspiracy theorists, and say, well, like, for example, assume that because he believes some of that stuff, then he naturally believes that there's nothing we can do about it. I don't know that you have to believe that there's nothing you can do about it in order to believe that a lot of that stuff is true and happening. So my devil's advocate point is, why is it so easy for folks to challenge the folks who believe that stuff and say, well, why do you believe it? Why do you believe all that stuff? Why, ask them why and tell them to put facts on the table right there. There's obviously something behind it. So my question to you is, why are we always so quick to just dismiss those folks, and as, oh, it's conspiracy theory, and you dismiss it.
Are you still there, Tim? I didn't hang up on you. I promise. Yeah. You broke up for a second. So here's my defense. The gentleman was on the air for 5 minutes. He spoke about his beliefs for 5 minutes. I didn't have to let him on the air at all.
That's right.
So, I mean, in America, so long as we keep and hold it, well, I mean, we have the ability, everybody has their opportunity to believe what they want to believe, and I don't begrudge anybody for believing what they want to believe. I mean, some I'm going to dismiss more than others, and if I came off as dismissive, it's because I do not believe that we have the power to tell a hurricane which direction to go, which is embedded inside of his belief structure. I didn't say that there's nothing we can do about it. He said that there's nothing we can do about it. If you roll the take back, he was the one that said that. I didn't say that. I wanted to know. My curiosity is that if you truly believe there's nothing we can do about it, then why are you listening to this radio show? Why are you engaged at all if you believe the fix is so in that there's no possibility of repair?
Yeah, I agree with that. I do believe that there is a lot of factual information to some of the globalism, globalist, global control type stuff. There's a lot of
there's no question.
100 years, 100 years worth of facts about that kind of stuff. But I'm not one of the people who believes there's nothing we can do about it. I still believe I'm one of those Republicans and conservatives here in Middle Tennessee that still believes there's more of us than there are of them. Even though they might be the loudest, there's still more of us than there are of them. There's only a handful of those billionaires, and they got to convince a whole lot more of us to lay down than we have to, defeat in them. So I'm not a nihilist about it. I don't believe there's nothing we can do, but I do believe there are things working against us that are very, very powerful. And we should appreciate that and then go into these conversations eyes open. Again, not that you weren't, but I just.
Well, I mean, I'm a little bit dismissive, and I admit that my tone changed when he connected the hurricanes activity with what was going on in the Middle East. I mean, I think that's just, I can deal with one or the other and have a reasonable conversation, but when we're connecting both, then, I mean, everything doesn't have to be interrelated. That's just my.
They do tend. You're right. They do tend to draw a line to everything.
Right.
That is true. Yeah.
But right. I will completely. Anyway, Tim, you and I will completely agree on this, and it's the reason that I brought up the World Economic Forum. That there are entities in this world that are hell bent on dominating the world in their own fashion, and Klaus Schwab is one of those. Thank you for the call. And look, it is a good thing that Tim and others remind me to be open. I have a bad habit of being closed off to conspiracy viewpoint, and I admit that. Look, we're one big family, so we can admit our shortcomings and our faults, and it is a fault of mine, and I admit it, that I tend to be a little bit closed off when you come at me with what I consider to be outlandish theories, and I need to be more open to that, and I'll try to do that. Maybe we could have a conspiracy theory Thursday or something, where I just open up the phone lines. What do you think? Or not? David is in the borough. Hey, David.
Hey, Matt, thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to say with the conspiracy theory thing, trying to connect all the theories does seem outlandish, but really the conspiracy you have to look for is the government's response to all these things. In my opinion, they're taking catastrophes and using it to turn it into a Marxist state, using the clouded Piven model, allowing basically our quality of life to be so bad that eventually we'll just beg them for a solution no matter what it is.
No, I don't disagree with that. I mean, the Rules for Radicals is a great resource to understand that kind of thinking, that if you allow calamity to occur, you claim that you are doing your best, and you see the destruction of, metropolitan areas around. I mean, let's take this country, for example. There are suggestions that there's no intention to get crime under control, because with crime or with illegal migration or whatever it might be, you are degrading our society to the point that where do we look to for solutions? We look to the government, and with those solutions comes more centralized control over our everyday lives. I mean, John Kerry said the quiet part out loud the other day, David. I mean, John Kerry and I had the clip and I didn't get to it because so much is going on. John Kerry said at a worldwide forum overseas that in America, the First Amendment is a problem. Did you hear this clip?
Yeah.
Did you hear him say that?
Yeah, I heard it.
It's
Yeah,
insane.
I heard it, yeah.
So
Unbelievable.
there's no question, and you're right on target, that it is not necessarily the hurricane that is the conspiracy theory, but how the government reacts to that hurricane. There's a lot of conspiracy that I think goes on in that, embedded in that reaction. Thank you for the call. Appreciate all of you. I'm going to get to Brian Wilson in just a moment. We'll find out what's happening, what's hopping, no pun intended, at Hop Springs in Murfreesboro as we anticipate the big vice presidential debate watch party later on tonight. We'll do that next on The Murphy Show.
That's exactly.
Winding down our portion of the day, so much more to do, and Brian Wilson takes up the reins live from Hop Springs, where he is on location preparing for the big vice presidential debate tonight. Mr. Wilson, how are things going out there in Murfreesboro?
Things are hopping here in Hop Springs. You see what I did there.
I like it.
No, we got all kinds of stuff going on. I mean, the folks from Fox Nation are setting up down at the other end of the hall. Security is here. We're moving tables and chairs, and the whole thing is now, getting ready to get underway. We start at 3 o'clock, and we're going to go all the way through the debate, and then I think you're going to hang around a little bit after that.
Yeah, I believe so. I think I'll be talking with the Fox Nation folks a little bit after the debate. Looking forward to our conversation as always. We have a nice crossover in anticipation of the vice presidential debate tonight. I know you'll lay all that out, and obviously the big news today, Iran and Israel. I'm sure that's on the docket for the drive as well.
Yeah,
Brian.
We'll start off by talking about that. I mean, the situation really is sort of very dicey right now. I mean, look. Iran fired over 200 ballistic missiles at Israel. Israel has a lot of resources to stop that. Now the question is, what does Israel do? Do they react? How hard do they go back against Iran? And does that widen the war? And does that drag us into it? So many questions. We'll get into that right off the top of the show.
Lots to get into. Brian Wilson's got it all with the drive live from Hop Springs in Murfreesboro. Come on out and see us tonight. The big debate watch party happening with yours truly, Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, Dan Mandis, Brian Wilson, the rest of the gang, Fox Nation down on the other end, and you. You're the most important component of all of this. And we look forward to seeing you as J.D. Vance takes on Tim Walz tonight in the vice presidential debate. We'll be back a little bit later on this evening. Until then, it's The Drive with Brian Wilson coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN right after the newscast with Ken Weaver, which starts right now.
3 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We are starting the drive home on a troublesome note. Right now, we got a disabled vehicle. It is blocking the center lane, 24 eastbound near the Jefferson Street, 1st Street exit. We've got 65 southbound at Trinity Lane, the right shoulder blocked by a stalled vehicle. Then a crash, I-40 eastbound at 4th Avenue. That's the 4th Avenue, 2nd Avenue exit 210C. Going eastbound. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. The Pentagon condemning Iran's what it calls reckless attack on Israel and says if the U.S. were to be targeted, yes, we will take steps.
The U.S. says there appears to be no injuries following the barrage of missiles launched by Iran earlier, targeting